I'm gonna show you. We're gonna do a swing trading school in about 10 minutes. I'm gonna go through a little bit about of my scans. I'll show you some good setups. I'm thinking about doing a swing trading school like pretty much every day. Yeah, average daily range. No, not true range, daily range. We're gonna go through it later. About 10 minutes. Guys, ignore Costco. Just don't talk about it. There's nothing there. It's 1.5% ADR. No reason to trade something like this. A codex could go. It's already went. It stopped like what? It's up 14%. It already went. Can? Yeah, it's a Bitcoin related name. It's too thin for me. But yeah, Can is a good one. Good one. You get 5 stars. This is a good setup. Very, very good setup. Hot sector. It had a big move off the lows. Went up 60%. Pulled back. Found support on these 10 and 20-day moving averages. And now it's been going sideways for the past 2 weeks and building higher lows. You see this? It's building higher lows, and now it had a range break here. And it's a hot sector. It's a crypto-related name. It's a Chinese Bitcoin miner or whatever it is. This is a 5-star. This is a great swing trading setup. Okay, let's start the swing trading school right now. This is the type of setup you want to look for. This looks exactly like Chumia when I bought it. I bought it on this day here. Can looks exactly like it. Okay? Now, I'm not going to say Can is going to double from here in the next couple of weeks, but it's a very good setup. And I'm going to introduce you to another concept, which is average true range. You can see it down here on my charts. You can get it by doing add plot, average true range, and then you just pretty much just size it down so you can only see this number. And I also changed the color to black. So I just want to see the number. I don't want to see the chart. So that is the average true range. That's the intraday range. It doesn't account for gaps. It's 27 cents, okay? And right now the stock is up 37 cents. So it's up more than the average daily range, which means, you know, it's maybe a bit late to buy it here. I usually don't buy the stock if it's up more on the day than its average true range. Preferably you want to get in when the stock is only up a third or half or 2/3, so it's average true range. So this one, I wouldn't maybe buy it here. This is another one, you kind of have to be, scan for these. You gotta be on top of this right out of the gate when the market opens. But it's a 5-star setup, that's my point. It looks exactly like Chumia. Well, ADR also includes the gaps. Average daily range, it also includes the gaps. So if while the average true range doesn't. Like for example, this Can, it also gapped up. Let's see how much did it gap up. 250 was Friday's close and it opened at 262. So it gapped up 12 cents. So you have to add that also to here. So, or actually you don't have to, but you know it's up quite a bit from Friday's close. Ideal entry would have been in the like mid 270s, high 270s or something. Or you wait for a little bit of a pullback. So that's a good setup. 5-star setup if you scan for it and find it on your scans. And it's in one of the hottest sectors too. Bitcoin, Ethereum, all of these things are just starting to break out from multi-year bases. NIO? NIO? No. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, look, it looks decent. It has to take out highs of the day. It has to take out this $13 area, or at least today's highs. Right now, it looks like maybe getting rejected of the 20-day moving average here. But if it reclaims, you know, it could go. One of the hottest sectors. China is hot. Guys, let's just put tickers, not the name of the company. Yeah, Beijing. Not my type of setup. No, I wouldn't. Yeah, not my type of setup. And right now it's a bit late to buy it anyways. Because it kind of undercut the 20-day, and then it just, you know, I see it like the principle is correct. Like it has a big move, pulls back, puts in some tight candles, and then kind of takes out that range. But not personally my type of setup. NVTA. It's a hot sector, made a big. It's just a choppy one. I don't know. It's maybe a 3-star setup at best. I would say avoid. I would say avoid on this one. That's what, you know. Look, let's do a scan. Look, what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be quiet for a few minutes. I need to check up on my own trades right now. We'll continue the swing trading school in 2 minutes. Tesla, I'm sizing down if it takes out highs for the day. Oh shit, Workhorse went. Oh, I wanted to buy another 50,000 shares. Looks like that's not gonna happen now. This is the one I took a $200,000 loss on Thursday. I had 250,000 shares twice, got stopped out both times. And now it looks like it's gonna go, and I only have 100,000 shares. I love it. Trading is so easy. Saying with the biggest sarcasm. Okay, so let's see here. I'm gonna want to do one little scan. Let's see, plug. Oh, plug actually found support on the rising 50-day, and now it's bouncing. There you go. Wow, run looks like a good setup for tomorrow. CRSB looks like a decent setup. Thin, a little bit thin for me, but looks like a decent setup. But I'm gonna go through the basics of I'm gonna show you just a very simple swing trading method. Very simple. There is no reason why you can't double your account year in, year out. And in a very good market, more than double your account. Just, with just one simple trading method. Very simple, very basic. I'm gonna show just the setups I'm in. The setups I've traded this way. So for example, see, like this is a recent buy from Thursday. So what you wanna see is you have a big move, and then you start seeing this, so like consolidating, find support on these moving averages. Usually it's a 10, 20, or 50. This is a little bit slower one lately. It found support on the 50, built higher lows, went to new highs, pulled back, put in a tight range. Okay, this is what I saw on Thursday. I bought it right here, like 68. I actually bought it like the day before, but I got stopped out. And now, so far, it hasn't had any follow through yet, but this thing could very easily go to 80. So what you can do is you can sell like a half after 3 to 5 days. You sell half, and then you use the 10-day moving average as a trailing stop. Then you move your stop to break even and use the 10-day moving average as your trailing stop. Like if it closes below the 10-day, you sell it. I'm gonna show T-Duck. Well, this is not a good example either because it hasn't really gone yet. I bought it on Thursday on this day here, obviously. I'm gonna show you guys. Okay, so Thursday, where did I buy it? It reported earnings on this day. So again, a big move. It's a momentum leader, right? It finds support on this 20-day, 50-day moving average. It keeps surfing these moving averages. And the last time it pulled back, it found support on the 20-day, built higher lows, and then it broke higher on earnings. And I bought it, let's see, what's my average? 225. 220, where is it? High 225s. Here's my entry, 225.80s. And then you use usually I use the low of the day as my stop. But since this thing opened, actually gapped down below previous day's lows, I used like, if it went like red to green or green to red as my stop. And right now my stop is 219, low 290s. Okay, VIR, another one I'm in. I bought it here. Hot sector. This is a little bit of an other type of setup. Because it's not up a lot lately. Like it's more in a bigger base, right? You have a big base here. But this is where I bought it. Lows of the day a stop, and it's been grinding higher. It's surfing the 20-day moving average. You can clearly see this yellow line surfing the 20-day. If it closes below that, I'm out. Right now, it's holding it very well. It tried to undercut a couple of times, but closed above. And looks like it's gearing for another move. And it's actually right here. It's a good setup. Like if this thing starts breaking out tomorrow, you guys need to be on this thing. This thing could go to 60 plus. If it starts breaking this like mid-high 48 area, low 49s tomorrow, you got to be on it. AVLR, another one. Bought recently. Wednesday, I think. Right here. Look at where it found support. Bounced perfectly off the 50-day. And here, it also had a pretty decent setup that I passed on when it, found support on the 20-day every single time. Built higher lows, and then it broke out of this range with higher lows, with higher volume. That one was very good. And you could have sold half after 3 to 5 days, either on this day here or here. And then you use the 10-day as your trailing stop, and you would have gotten stopped the rest on this day here. GBTs is another type of trade, so let's ignore that one. CS is another type of trade, so I'm gonna ignore that one. Because I'm just showing you one specific type of setups here. D-Dog. I was already in the trade, but this is a 5-star setup. I didn't buy it because I was already in it. But another one had a big move, big earnings winner, but this is also something let's just ignore all fundamentals and all stuff. That stuff, all you need to focus on is, you know, the strongest stocks. You have a big move. It serves the 10-day. This is a very strong stock. It serves the 10-day. It did undercut it, but it reclaimed and started building higher lows. And then you have tight range and starts breaking out on higher volume. And again, you get to just use the 10-day moving average. Now, it's not gonna be perfect. You're not gonna nail any tops or bottoms or stuff like that, but you would have sold half somewhere here, and then you would have sold the other half here on this day here. Lake is also Lake is a similar, also same type of trade. Like I bought it here. Unfortunately, it closed back into the range without stopping me out though. Higher lows, hot sector. It's a mask stock. You have this range. It's a momentum leader. Serves the 20-day, keeps building higher lows, getting tighter and tighter, and right now, you know, it didn't break out yet, but it looks like it wants to eventually. Peloton, this one, it still hurts looking at it. I passed on this one, but again, on March lows, made a big move. It doubled quickly off the March lows, pulled back, found support on the rising 20-day, and then it got a bit tighter. It's a little bit more of a subtle setup, but you know, it looks pretty decent. Built higher lows and then it broke out on higher volume. This is a few days before earnings, that's why I passed on it, and you know, now it's higher. And I rebought it. Wait, where did I rebuy it? I'm in it right now. 63.50 is my average. Which day did I buy? Yeah, this day here. This is where I bought it. This day. I think it was last Monday. You know, it keeps finding support on a rising 20-day. Here it found support. Here. And then it, you know, it's okay, it's not really that kind of a good setup like I'm trying to show you, but you know, it's been working so far. This is more of a like fundamental story. It showed a bunch of relative strength and stuff like that, but I'm not gonna go much into it right now. I'm gonna try to keep these swing trading school sessions short, so you don't get bombarded with a lot of information. I'm gonna do this daily. Let's see, Qullamaggie was another one. This one I've talked about a lot the past few days. This is a 5-star chart. You have big move. This thing goes up 230%. And this is also like, there's a fundamentals included, or not, actually it's like a pump stock. A very influential pumper on Twitter is on this thing, and well, let's just say it's working out pretty nicely. You know, you need to memorize these setups. Look at where it found support. Like the strongest ones find support on the 10-day, the strong ones, the 20-day, and the, well, slower ones on the 50-day, generally. Tesla, like there's a lot of good setups on this one. Okay. Like there was like a more subtle setup somewhere here. Like this was, let's just imagine like when the stock was up here, like near the highs of the day, like this candle looked really good. Now it happened to close weak, but it never took out the lows of the day, so you wouldn't have gotten stopped out. Unfortunately, I passed on this one. But look at what would have happened if you had used the close below the 10-day. This is why I want you guys to use the close of the 10-day as a trailing stop for at least like a third or maybe even half of your position. Because look at this thing. Look at the move it did without closing it below the 10-day moving average. Here it actually gapped down, but reclaimed. And here it closed above it. And next day it gapped down, but immediately reclaimed and closed above. So you wouldn't have gotten stopped out. This is why, and you wouldn't have gotten stopped out until here, this day here. So you would have caught a 100 and, well, actually at the highest this thing was up 185%. This is the logic behind trailing with a 10-day moving average. These home runs, you catch few of these, you're gonna make a lot of money. And this is great about swing trading versus day trading. You don't have to sit there and scout for stupid small moves, sit around your entry, constantly look for new trades, looking for new action. You can just sit in it, just have patience. Obviously, it's easier said than done, but there is a logic behind all of these things because they work. And here's another setup I traded, more subtle one. But off the March lows, made a big move, started surfing the 10-day, then the 20-day got really tight. And then on this day here, I bought. It actually didn't break out of this range completely, but I anticipated the breakout. Next day, I think it was a Monday, it gapped up. I added more in the opening range highs. And then, big move. And I was long. I did get shaken out when it closed below the 10-day here, but I did rebuy on this day here. So like if you remember, I was long this whole move. Like here, I was long here, and then we added here, and then it went up like another 27% in like overnight, pretty much. So you gotta memorize these setups. There's a lot of money. If you just, if you master just this one setup, you will never have to work a day in your life. You're gonna be your own boss. And if you really get good, you can make a lot of money. There's no reason why you can't make many millions trading this just one setup. TTD on Friday, I bought it. And all of those who were on the stream on Friday remember me buying this thing, opening range highs. 5-star setup. Big move, pulls back, finds support on the 20-day, starts building higher lows, has this range break, and so far it hasn't had a lot of follow through, but I think it can go to 500 plus. Zoom today, exact same setup. Big move, finds support on the rising 20, then the rising 50-day. Like this thing keeps finding support on the 50-day, like it did here, and now here. And this is a breakout. There's no reason why this thing can't go to 300 eventually. APT. This one I bought here. Like this was more of an anticipation. Like this is another type of setup. But let's focus on this one. This was a secondary entry where I added another 5-star setup. You have a big move off the lows. Pulls back, goes sideways, gets tight. Finds support on a rising 20-day. Puts in narrow candles and then breaks out on high volume. And it keeps going, still keeps going. SRNE, I bought it on Thursday. Actually, I bought it here on this day too. This one I messed up. I bought it here. We had a big move. This is like a hottest sector, it's a COVID-19 stock. Found support on the rising 20-day. Started breaking out. And look at the move. And unfortunately, I got shaken out here at $6. I didn't follow my own rules. They closed below the 10-day. I would have otherwise gotten stopped out here somewhere on this day here. And then I rebought now on Thursday on this day here. And on Friday, it made a huge move. W, another one. I bought it here. Because this was one of the stocks with the biggest relative strengths in the like mid-July pullback, like early mid-July pullback we had in the markets. This thing was one of the stocks that showed the best strength. It barely pulled back. It was back at all-time highs in no time, and this thing is up 900% from the lows. Like if you have a stock that's up 900% in a few months and that market weakness can't bring it down, the stock is trying to tell you something. It's yelling at you. This stock was literally yelling in our faces, hey, I want to go higher. If the market weakness stops, I'm gonna go higher. And that's exactly what happened. We bought it on this day on stream, opening range highs, and now look at this thing. I've been selling tiny pieces every single day, and I think, you know, it goes where it has to go. I'm using the 10-day as my trailing 10-day stop, as my closing stop, as my moving, well, trailing stop. Man, I don't even know what the hell I'm talking anymore. I hate talking. This is why I hate talking. I don't even know what the hell I'm saying. Okay, Beely, another one. This one I did buy here on this day here. Not as clean as of a setup, but it showed like super strength, just riding the 10-day, had one narrow range candle, and then it broke out here. Boom. I did get stopped out. I think it was on this day, somewhere here I got stopped out, and then I got back in on Friday. Look at this thing. It pulled back, found support on their rising 50-day, put in narrow candles, built higher lows, and boom, breakout on high volume. This one I bought after the stream ended, like a couple of hours in this trading session. And now today it gapped up, having nice follow through. That's what leaders do. Leaders lead. Pinterest is another type of trade. I'm gonna ignore this one for now. Workhorse, exactly the same logic. Big move, pullback, found support on the rising 20-day, building higher lows, and it has a big range break here. It's actually the same logic. And I am long 100,000 shares currently. I may add another 50, 100,000 shares, depending on how it acts later. Codex, this one, you guys remember it very correctly when I chased the chase. I actually bought it initially here, but I got stopped out on this day here. I got shaken out. I had a little bit too tight of a stop, but it actually found support on the rising 50-day. Look at this thing. This thing always finds support on the 50-day, right? Here, just keeps riding, keeps surfing the 50-day. These are the only technical indicators you need. The 10-day, the 20-day, and the 50-day moving averages. You do not need anything else. And you don't even need to look at intraday charts. This is all you need. This is all you need. To make millions, this is all you need, literally. Nothing else. You don't even need to look at the intraday chart. You don't need to look at stupid level 2. Fuck level 2. Fuck intraday charts. It's all noise. All you need. And then I rebought on this day when it started re-breaking. Because you have like a tight range and keeps surfing higher, you know, eventually the stocks break either way, and you know, you gotta buy them when they break out. And this one broke, and this is the day I chased the chase. Those of you in the chat, they remember it. I'm not gonna go into it. And now, look at it now. And Mara, this was another type of trade. Wow, it's back at highs of the day. Look at that. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing goes to $5-6. Absolutely not. All right, guys, that was swing trading school. I'm gonna do it like 10, 15, 20 minutes every day. I've talked enough for today. That was it. You gotta memorize those setups. Tomorrow I'm gonna go through one of my scans. I'm just too tired to talk right now. Oh shit, Riot, I need to buy some. Or maybe I don't. We'll see. Okay, let's catch up on chat. Oh wow, guys, you really like to type stuff in chat when I'm talking. Yes, I stream every day when the market is open. What do I mean by hot sector? A hot sector is when several stocks in a sector, like let's say COVID, right? COVID-19, coronavirus name, like there's coronavirus stock. Like there's so many stocks that have gone up 500 to 1,000+% in the past 3, 4, 5 months. Okay, that's the hot sector, right? When you see a good setup on a stock in that sector, you know, there's a good chance it will follow through. Or like, you know, instead of, you know, buying some random stock in a random sector, like versus buying a stock in a sector where nothing is running and only one stock is running, right? That's kind of sketchy. Why is just one stock running in a whole sector? You want to be in the sectors where a lot of stocks are making big moves and breaking higher. That's what I mean by a hot sector. How do I enter on this setup? Usually you buy it opening range highs, like when it takes out the first 1 minute or 5 minute candle. But you really don't even need to look at the intraday chart. You really don't. You just have to pay attention when are they breaking the ranges. That's just visually on the daily chart, like NVAX. You know, if it starts breaking that 150 area, you would see it on the daily chart, 150, 151. And then you have to pay attention to average to range, okay? Is the stock, like, sometimes they gap up a little bit, but you have to look at, okay, if I buy, let's say the stock gets to, like, what is at 153. Okay, let's say, and it closed at 147 today, and tomorrow it is at 153 intraday. Then you just look at, okay, it's up $6 intraday. It's up $6, but the average true range is 13.6. So it's up less than half of its average true range. That means you can buy it as long as the good setup is good. And then you have a stop at lows of the day. And then after 3 to 5 days, you sell half, move your stop to break even, and just keep trail on the 10-day moving average. Now, this is, I just want to show you this one. This is also the reason why you should use the 10-day moving average. We bought this thing on stream. This is a 5-star setup. Memorize this. The hot sector, COVID-19 stock, like vaccine name, right? Perfect 5-star setup. Has a big move, pulls back, finds support on the rising 20-day, puts in a like a tight range, and then breaks out on high volume. We bought it. Unfortunately, I sold it way too early. I sold it in the like high 70s or something. I didn't wait for it first close below the 10-day because, you know, I was up what 70% in just a week or two. I like sometimes holding a big winner is the hardest thing to do. And look at this thing. After I sold it, the stock doubled. The stock doubled. I had a hard time holding a 60-70% winner, and after I sold it, it doubled. That's why you use, and you would still be in it because it hasn't closed below the 10-day yet. This is what happens sometimes. Like I have way too many things on my charts. I'm thinking about removing stuff. I actually removed one moving average, like the 65 EMA on the daily chart. I removed it because, you know, sometimes, you know, you look at too many things, you kind of focus, you kind of lose focus on the important stuff. And in this case, it was the first close below the 10-day, which still hasn't happened. And you don't need to do any predictions like, oh, I have a this and that target for it. All you need to focus on, you sell half or a third or 2/3 or whatever you feel like. But I would say around half after the first 3 to 5 days. Move your stop to break even, and then you just trail on the 10-day moving average. You don't need any predictions. It doesn't matter what the Fed says. It doesn't matter what China does. It doesn't matter what Trump says or does. You don't need to care about any of those things. Only thing you need to care about is the 10-day moving average. That's it. No rocket science involved. And position sizing is another thing, okay? Depends on how big your account is. Like if you have a less than 100K, I would say you shouldn't do more than you can put maybe say all your money in 4 stocks. So you can put up to 25% of your account in one stock. If you have a bigger account, let's say 100 to a couple of million, 100,000 to a couple of million, maybe you should maybe put in no more than, let's say, just 20% in any given stock. So if you have less than 100K, you can have 4 stocks. If you have 100K to a couple of million, you can have 5 stocks and be fully invested. And if you have more than a few million, you should probably have even smaller. But I mean, it depends. I mean, you can still do like 20% in any given stock. I personally like do smaller position nowadays, unless I have really high conviction and the stock is liquid. But you know, that's something you will develop on your own. Like this is like super basic stuff I'm teaching. So you know, if you're gonna be fully invested, you shouldn't have more than 4 to 5 stocks in your portfolio, no more than that. And you shouldn't use margin if you have small accounts. There's no need. You're just gonna mess up and blow up. Well, I can have 20, 25 stocks in my portfolio. Right now at 24 stocks. I'm heavily on margin. But I also have 3 short positions. And Tesla is a huge short position. Never mind, I actually got stopped out of Tesla. Never mind, I'm not short Tesla anymore. I got stopped out of this one. It went back into range. Taking a $65,000 loss on what I have left. I did lock in profits on Friday though, but overall, yeah, it couldn't break down. It had actually, if you look at it now, it had an undercut of the 20-day, and now it's just reclaiming the range. I mean, maybe in a couple of days, if it starts breaking out over this 1500, low 1500 area, maybe we can finally get a move to 2000. That would be epic. That would be epic. This one couldn't break down because the market is super strong. It showed big relative strength on relative weakness on Friday, but you know, couldn't break down. Okay, I don't really have time to answer all the questions. There's a lot of questions. Let's see here. Spice, come on. ADR. No, Spice is not a good buy. ADR is 1.3%. If you really want to do the index trade, do SPXL. This one has ADR of 4%. I don't think Spice, it's just too slow. I'm gonna go through more of scanning and stuff tomorrow. Like I'm not gonna do everything in one trade in one day. How much money? Well, about 17 million more than most of you. And yeah, absolutely. You put your no. I always do stop market orders, because if you don't get stopped on your limit order, and the stock keeps tanking, you know, you're gonna lose a shitload of money. Yeah, the stream is gonna get uploaded both on Twitch and to YouTube. So you have to just go back. I started like 40 minutes ago with the short swing trading school. So you can go back and look at it. Look at this Beely. Look at this thing from Friday entry. Look at this thing. I have to sell more. It's straight up. Okay, I'm gonna cut the stream now. I'm getting tired in my throat. Thanks for joining, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna do another short or swing trading school tomorrow. Show you more scans and stuff like that. I think I'll start the short school in a couple of minutes, since it's kind of kind of slow day. Like I have the exposure I want, and now it's just about trimming and trailing. Most things broke out like last week and yesterday, and now it's just having to. Now it's all just sitting tight in those things and letting them work and not sell them too early like Jumia. Gotta follow the sell rules. Tesla, this is probably gonna stop me out. Doesn't feel like today is the day. LAC found support on the rising 10-day yet again. Like this thing, I mean, if the Robin Hooders find this pump, oh man, it's gonna go to 25, 30. Wow, SRNE, holy shit, this thing is up. I need to sell some. I still have a third or so on my shares, or maybe a quarter. I don't remember how many I had, but I still have 50,000 shares. I'll sell a couple of thousand here. Was there an entry on Shopify yesterday? No. That wasn't there's no setup. This is just a random Shopee range. I'm gonna show you good setups on Shopify, okay? This one I didn't trade it. You have a big move. This is the basic premise, okay? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you like a black chart. This is the basic premise. You have a strong stock, makes a big move, okay? Has to be like, let's say, it doesn't matter if this is a 1 month move or a 3-month move or a 6-month move, doesn't matter the time frame, but it has to be in the top 1 or 2% of the strongest stocks in that time frame. And then what happens is they usually pull back, right? Pulls back. This is the start of the swing trading school, okay? So pay attention. So, and then you have a moving average. Usually, or like always, can I do like curved lines? I can't. Whatever. So you have a moving average, right? This may be the 10-day, the simple 10 SMA, or the 20 SMA, or the 50. The best ones are the 10 and 20, okay? And then it gets tight. Where's the line here? Then it starts getting tighter and tighter. Goes sideways, starts building higher lows, okay? And the move, it's just surfing the moving average. Again, the moving average is usually the 10, 20, or sometimes the 50. I mostly do the 10 and 20, mostly the 20 ones. Okay, I'm gonna show you a couple, or actually several perfect examples, which I traded myself. And then they break out of this tight range. And the best ones are the ones that show relative strength, like the ones that can't break, that can't go lower, even if the markets overall, like the indices overall, are showing weakness and going lower. And these things just, you know, they can't break lower, or they may even be building higher lows. So I'm gonna show you like a perfect one, like this Shopify. This is a perfect looking entry. This is, it had a big move, okay? Went sideways for a couple of weeks, started building higher lows, built a tight range, and then it broke out. Okay, this is a 5-star setup. Another one, I didn't trade that particular one, but I did trade this one. So it kept going. So the first one, it bounced off the 10-day. Look at how it's surfing the 10-day. Okay, then it has a sharp pullback because, you know, it gets extended. Even the best stocks pull back eventually. Find support on the rising 20-day. Start surfing the 20-day. Actually, it stays like it is below the 20-day, but it's building higher lows. Okay, has another range, gets really tight, and this is our entry. The opening range highs, and the opening range highs, it could be the highs of the first 1-minute candle, the first 5-minute candle, or the first 60-minute candle. And the first 60-minute candle is always actually a 30-minute candle, since there's 6.5 trading hours in a trading day. Okay, we bought it on stream on the over the first 1 and 5-minute candles, if I remember correctly. Where I think we got stopped out a first time, and then we rebought the first 60-minute candle. I think it was like high 700s or something. And look at this. This is a 5-star setup. Look at this. Look at what it did. Keeps surfing the 10-day, pulls back, surfs the 20-day for a while, pulls back again, finds support above the 50-day. Okay. Another example would be Tesla. Another one that we traded. Here, perfect one. Has a big move. Finds support on the rising 10-day. Again, the strongest stocks find support on the rising 10-day, or if it's early in the move. And then it gets tighter and tighter, builds higher lows, starts surfing the 20-day moving average, and here is an early breakout. Okay, we kind of anticipated the range break. It just looked so perfect. And then the next day it gapped up, and we added more on the opening range highs. Again, it's the first 1 minute, 5 minute, and or the 60-minute candle breakout. You can use either one of them. You usually want to get in as early as possible, so you want to use the 1 and 5. But sometimes the fail rate on the 1 and 5 minute candles are a bit higher than on the 60 minutes. So sometimes you may get stopped out and you have to rebuy higher. But usually you want to get in as early as possible when you have like a 5-star setup. And then it just kept going. And now look at this. It made a huge move, kept surfing on the 10-day, pulled back. Now it's finding support on the 20-day. And again, you have a tight range. And today I bought it. I know several of you did too. But looks like it's probably not going to break out today. It may stop us out. But if it keeps building higher lows here, finds support on a 20-day, it will break out eventually and maybe go to 2,000 or something. I don't know. Or it may not. Let the stock tell you. There's no reason to have any opinions about it, this or that or blah blah. You gotta wait for the price to tell you. Price is the only thing that pays, nothing else. And there's just a lot of them, like Fastly. This one had a perfect one a couple of months back. Here has a big move. This one I think we bought on earnings at $30 or high 29s. Yeah, this one we bought on earnings. Yeah. But keeps surfing the rising 10-day, builds higher lows, and then it kind of builds a little flag up here. Look at how tight it gets, and then it breaks out. And look at what it did. And you can use the 10-day. You can sell a third or half after the first 3 to 5 days. Just lock in some, move your stop to break even, and then you just use the 10-day moving average as your trailing stop. And once it closes, the first close below the 10-day, you sell it. So this here on this day, you would have gotten stopped out. And this one broke out again last week, and now it's on a new run. It's just how stocks act. Like this is what strong stocks do in strong markets. This is what momentum leaders do in momentum markets. And what is a momentum market? A momentum market is when the 10 and the 20-day moving averages. Like I use the NASDAQ. For me, the NASDAQ is the market. I most like 90% of the stocks I trade are NASDAQ stocks. I couldn't care less about S&P 500 or New York Stock Exchange. Like for me, the market is NASDAQ. So when the 10-day is rising and the 20-day is rising, and when a 10-day is above the 20-day, okay, that's a momentum market. Like something like this. Okay, you don't have to catch any lows after the market bottoms, you just have to catch the meat in the middle. This is a momentum market, okay? I've had a huge run. I'm up over 200% in the past 4 months, okay? This is not a good swing trading market on the long side. This, if you get any breakouts when the 10-day moving average is sloping down, when a 20-day is sloping down and a 10-day is below the 20-day, there's a high fail rate, okay? You probably shouldn't swing trade on the long side. This is a good swing trading market, very good. This one, you know, these can be a little bit tricky. Like this was a good period. This was not a good period. It's just a sideways shop. This was also incredibly good swing trading market. This wasn't that much. I mean, you can get select stocks that move higher and have nice breakouts and go, follow through, but the fail rate is just so much higher. This was a good one. So there are good and bad markets. Right now, we are in an extremely good market. Like I said on Twitter, like I wrote on Twitter, I think I said it on stream too. I've already made back that $1.5 million loss from last week. Which day did I have? It was, let's see, what date was the loss? So I lost almost 1.5 million shorting this Kodak on the 29th of July. That was last Wednesday, and today is Tuesday. So in less than a week, I made it all back. That was almost like 7-8% cut of my account. And in less than a week, you know, already at new highs, pretty much. That's what happens in a good market, you know. You can have so many fuck ups and it will all be forgiven in a you know, short amount of time. Again, this is what, late 2018, not a good swing trading market. You see this, the 20-day sloping down during this whole move, and the 10-day too. The 10-day tried to turn up here and here, but you know, it failed. And you know, there will be select good setups that may even work, but the fail rate is just, you know, high. And you will have, you know, you will struggle because you never know when the market is gonna get good again. But you know, that's why you know, you can use these guidelines, and you'll just start seeing like there will be a lot of stocks setting up. When a market starts getting good, there will be a lot of good setups. You will have like 20, 30 good setups, and you don't know which ones to buy. Okay, but when a market is bad, usually there will only be like a select few. There just won't be very, like some random setups here and there. And as long as we keep going up and the 10-day slopes higher, the 20-day slopes higher, the 10-day is above the 20-day, you know, and you find a good setup, you should trade. You should trade the setup. It doesn't matter, you know, like, you know, you gotta trade it. Our job is to make money, and in a specific like rule-based like environment. That's why it's so important to like be aware of these things and develop some rules. That doesn't have to be anything complicated. You don't have to use any rocket science. You know, just simple, I think just some simple moving averages are good enough. And there's no reason why you can't make 100%, 200%, 500% per year over a long period of time. Okay, that was today's short school. I'm gonna keep it short. I'm trying to introduce like one new concept every day and look at a few new setups every day. I'm just gonna show you like the perfect ones. Let's see. Okay, I'll get to questions. What do you have written in the chat? Is XP a good buy? I don't know. Is it a good buy? Does it look like a good setup? You tell me, guys. Is this a good setup? Is this a good setup? Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's a good setup. It was better last week when it put in this scan. Like this was a better setup. Not a 5-star setup, but you know, it's a decent looking setup. Right here, I don't think it's good. It needs to get a bit tighter. Yeah, it's a bit too choppy. And guys, like, why do you even mention something like this? What do you guys see here? Like APT, as someone mentioned it. What is? Oh, APT. Well, yeah, that one is. No, it looks fine. It's just surfing the 65 EMA on the 60-minute chart, on the daily chart. It's a 10-day. It looks fine. That's, I'm using the 20-day as my stop on it, and it's just in a range. It's not shitting the bed. It's just in a range. Nothing wrong with it. If a stock is in a range, it's gonna go up. It's gonna go down. Just because it has a down candle doesn't make it it's just in a range. Ignore it. As long as it's in a range, like, ignore it. Nothing to worry about. Let's see here. Yeah, VCP, like Minervini, all the successful traders use the same. Like Minervini is also like Dan Sanger and Stockbee and like iTrade. It's the same principle because they work. You find a strong stock that makes a big move, and then it goes sideways for a while and gets really, really tight, okay? And then it has the next leg higher, okay? It's the same setup. Like, this is a timeless setup. Like, it's not gonna go away. That's how stocks are gonna move for the next 100 years. This is how stocks have moved in the past 100 years. You can go back and look at stock charts from the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. It's the same exact patterns over and over and over again. Absolutely no rocket science involved. All you have to do is use some common sense. Just look at thousands of different stocks, preferably from like different decades. Okay, you need to build a short pattern database in your head, and preferably in some kind of like a real database too, like in Evernote, or just like a folder of screenshots or whatever that you can scroll through now and then. Just memorize those patterns. It's all about pattern recognition. What I think of William O'Neill's book, How to Make Money in Stocks, is probably one of the 5 best trading books ever written. How did I start Yeah, I had many mentors. Like, I followed a lot of people on like social media. Many of them were frauds, but I didn't realize it at that time. But it's all about, figuring things out. Like taking things here, taking things, from different traders from here and there, and developing something that not only works but also works for you. Yeah, like the setup, like the stop on all of the low, like this specific method is at the lows of the day, always at the lows of the day. And if you missed yesterday's short school, you should look at it. You can check it out either on YouTube or on Twitch. I started with about 5, 6,000, 7,000. I blew up 3 times in the first two years. How do you sit out the bad market? Well, I'm a little bit of an addict. I do overtrade. In bad markets, I tend to trade, even though I shouldn't. I know about it, but I usually do very small size because I know I'm overtrading, and I shouldn't be trading. But ideally, you shouldn't like trade in a bad market. But sometimes, you see something really good, and you just can't help yourself. You gotta take it, and then it kind of, stops you out because the market is shit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna show you my scans tomorrow. I'm getting tired. I'm probably gonna cut the stream, but I'm gonna show you something new like every day. like one new concept or scan or something. These swing trading schools are totally unplanned, unprepared. I'm just winging it. So they may not be a real very like structured. ONTX, yeah, ONTX is a good setup. Like for those who have very small accounts, this is a very good setup. Needs if it starts breaking that high one teens on one volume, this thing could have, this is a kind of setup where you can risk like I don't know 5-8 cents to make 50 cents, $1. Absolutely. Alt, yeah, Alt looks pretty decent. Yeah, it's surfing the 20-day big momentum stock. This is the hottest sector out there, COVID-19 vaccines. This is probably, yeah, probably the hottest sector out there. This one, I'll wait. How liquid is it? Not very liquid. I may trade it if it has a good setup in the coming days. What did NVAX do? NVAX, okay, so far not having much breakout from yesterday. Like, it's getting really extended. It had several good setups on the way, and sooner, these things, no stock goes up forever. Sooner or later, there's gonna start failing and then pull back. What are my strategies in a bear market? I'm doing more mean reversion trades, like mean reversion longs, mean reversion shorts. But like in a downtrending market, like there's just not as many opportunities. Like the best long and short opportunities is when the markets are strong and going higher and there are a lot of big runners. That's when you get the best shorting opportunities also, not only longs. Can you show us your OnlyFans premium content tomorrow? No, I'm not gonna show you. You gotta subscribe. You gotta pay. You gotta pay for my free non-existing OnlyFans account. UAVS. You know what? Yeah, it's actually looking pretty good. Like if it takes out highs of the days later, it's actually a really good. This is a 5-star setup. This is a good one. I like it. Too thin for me to trade, but yeah, this is a really good one. This is a good one, guys. You have a big move, pull back, find support on the rising 20-day, and then you have this tight range. And then it gapped up. So far, it's sold off the gap, but if it starts taking out highs of the day, and it doesn't even have to take out the highs of the day, like if it closes really strong, like if it closes in like 305, 310, something like that, that could be an entry also. And then you use the lows of the day as your stop. So you either have to wait for it to take out the highs of the day, or if it closes like, I don't know, 310 or something, like just a few pennies below the highs of the day, that could also be an entry. But right now, right now it looks kind of weak. It rejected on the VWAP. So, right now it's all about waiting. Oh, Tesla stopped me out. I'm out, Tesla. Maybe try it again tomorrow if it retests that range. I took a $58,000 loss on it on 2,600 shares. I'll retry it tomorrow. So Fastly actually almost took out the highs of the day after its big weakness out of the gate. Kodak going sideways. There may be another ad spot here. Like it's getting really tight. I strongly feel this thing could go to 20. Potentially. I don't know. You know what? I bought another 50,000 shares here. I bought another 50K shares. We'll see. Either it works or it doesn't. Or no, I didn't get fill on all of them. I bought like 32,000 shares. Yeah, I'm canceling my buy order. That 32 is enough. That 32,000 share ad. Yeah, there's a lot of things, like there's a lot of concepts. Like you need to check my videos on the pinned tweet. Like I talk about a lot of them there. But I'm gonna go through like one new thing every day. This HEQ looks pretty decent. It's a silver triple ETF. Oh, chew me. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, you know, what can I say? I'm an early seller. I'm an early seller. All you have to do is is wait for the first close below the 10-day moving average on your last like half or third or quarter of your shares. All you have to do, and it's just so hard. It's right now, it's in this market we've had, it's my biggest weakness. It's just letting things really like ride it out. Like extended stocks get more extended. I've had so many stocks the past 3-4 months. I've taken a 50, 100% profit, and then they go up another 50, 100%. Sometimes in a few days. It's just incredible how many times it happened. Overstock. 1 second. Top, yeah, I don't know. It's gonna pull back eventually. This thing is up 3,200% from the March lows. Like there's gonna be a big pullback. Right now, I just don't see it. It just keeps building higher lows on the 60-minute chart. Look at how it's riding the 10 and 20 EMAs. As long as these things are acting as support, there is no short there. Like it either needs to get below the 10 and 20 EMAs, and these things need to start act as resistance. Or if it goes like really parabolic, it goes to like 110, 120 plus. Unless any of those scenarios happen, I don't see a short in there. Man, this silver trade is getting. I need to get some exposure. I missed the HEQ trade. It's getting really tight. Like Qullamaggie is another ETF. Look at this thing. Pretty much the same setup I'm showing you. This is a triple gold minor ETF, but it's the same principle. You have a big move, it goes sideways, finds support. I'm not gonna buy it. I just don't have much buying power left. I'm just super heavily long on a bunch of stuff. Oh, DPHC took out highs of the day. I need to sell a little bit more. And look at that. A lot of these stocks absorbed the morning weakness, built higher lows on the 60-minute chart. And oh, Tesla, I'm not long anymore. Like for those of you who are new, like this list here in the lower right corner, these are my positions. So if you don't see the stock in this list, I'm not in it, and you don't need to ask me about it if I'm in it. Like TTD too. Look at this. Found support on the rising. Oh, actually, that was yesterday, the late day. No, it was today. Wait, where's it? Yeah, today. Had a weak open, like went red, bounced on the rising 10-day and reclaimed, and now it's at new highs. Codex too. Like a lot of them. Mara too. Look at this thing. This was down in the low 290s when I said it looked like it found support on the rising 20 EMA. And look at it now. It's about to go green. You know, when you're a swing trader, you can't just freak out anytime a stock is having a downtick. The whole point of swing trading is giving the stocks room to move. Okay? You know, in day trading, you're always like near your entry, right? You're always fighting near your entry. In swing trading, you just gotta let things, you know, work out. And sometimes you're gonna get big swings, you know, without the stock stopping you out. And it sucks. It looks scary. Like you look at your P&L, oh, there goes my P&L. But it's all about having a specific process. Okay, I got stopped out of the Kodak ad. Whatever. Took a like, what, 50-cent loss on it or so. Yeah, I took a $14,000 loss on that ad. I guess it was a little bit of boredom trading. A lot of these silver and gold stocks look really good. Like this pulse looks pretty decent. I wouldn't like if you like there is. I think there will be a trade in silver and gold. Like I think there's a trade there today. But I would recommend you guys do one of the ETFs like HEQ. Like HEQ, the entry is don't do this one. The entry, it's gone. Like the entry was in the low, like $51 area. No higher than 51.50. Now it's like almost 54. But this Chainug and Nugget, they still like, I don't know. No, never mind. They don't look that good. Or I don't know. No, don't do it. Don't do it. My point is, it's better to do one of these triple ETF versus the individual stocks. But a lot of them look pretty decent. Like GFI had a big linear move. Look at how nicely just surfing the 10-day moving average. And now it found support here. Like if a little bit more sideways, let the 20-day catch up. And, you know, the secondary breakout is going to be great, I think. Tesla is back in the range, and you know, just look at the tight range it's been in. This mid 140s, mid high 140s, and the low, very low 1500s, or low mid 1500s. Like, I mean, like once it resolved this range, like either on the upside or on the downside, it's gonna have a 300 to 500 point move. Any direction it breaks out or breaks down. This thing could go to like 1800, 2000 or higher, or it could go to like 1200 or 1000 or lower in the next couple of weeks after the breakout or breakdown. Like there's gonna be a huge move on this thing. I personally hope it goes to 2000 plus. But you know, either way it breaks, I'm gonna trade it. I'll be there. I'm gonna be there with size. Slake is now going. I'm gonna raise my stop a little bit to like mid 23s. Lake, I bought it on this day here when it just broke this tight range. Like APT had already went, like APT broke out a few weeks and even a few months earlier. So APT was already in an uptrend, and this is a mask stock. They both are mask, United American mask makers. So I bought it on this day here. It closed. Oh, my cat is walking on a keyboard. I'm sorry for this. So I bought it on this day here. It closed inside the range, but it didn't stop me out. And what it started doing is like it stayed inside of this range, but it built higher lows. I was very close to getting stopped out on this day here. I was just literally a few pennies away. And now it's breaking out. And this thing could go to, I don't know, 30, 40, 50. I don't know. This is, I know I'm selling some into strength. And I'm gonna use the 10-day, like the first close below the 10-day. This time I promise I'm gonna do it. No matter how extended the stock gets, I'm gonna wait for the close below the 10-day moving average. No excuses. How do you draw a trend line in TC2000? What? Draw a trend line? You click this button here. Or you left click, draw a line, and then you push the space bar twice. Then you will get the same kind of line. It's a bit quicker. That's how you draw a trend line in TC2000. Yeah, I use the extended hours. You know, sometimes, you know, when a stock, you know, stops you out in after hours or pre-market, and there is, you know, volume, you can actually sell it. You gotta sell it. Yeah, the biggest concept I took from Dan Shapiro are like the 60-minute candles and ranges. Like that's the big thing I took from Dan Shapiro. I was in his room for like 4 years. I learned a lot from him. Guys, there's so many people in chat now. Like I can't like answer everyone. There's just too many people writing. All right. Okay, guys, I'm gonna cut the stream now. Getting a bit tired of talking. Thanks for joining, and I'll. All right, let's do a short school. No, not short school. Swing trading school. So yesterday we went through my current positions and the good setups that have been on those stocks in the past 4 or 5 months. So I'm gonna just open up a simple scan. Let's just do past the biggest 6-month gainers. Okay, very simple scan. So I use volume dollars, $80 million. Here it says what, 800,000. But it means 80 million. You have to add 2 or 3 zeros. So this is 80 million dollar volume. Okay. Average daily range. This is the code. I'm just putting it here for now, but also I'm gonna put it on my blog or on my about page. All right. Anyway, and price growth 6 months. The past 126 days, it needs to be in the top 7% of performers after applying these two, like volume and the volatility criteria. Then we do a scan. Like now it's near the open, so there's not a lot of stocks in this scan. Like after it closes, it's gonna be like 40, 50 stocks in this scan. Let's just start with Carvana. So I'm gonna show you good setups. I can see two 5-star setups right now. One is here, okay? You have a big move, okay? Look at how he keeps surfing the 20-day. And then it just keeps getting tighter. Look at how tight it gets as it surfs the 20-day. And then it has a high volume breakout, okay? On this day here, like this thing needs to be on your watch list once it starts getting tight, okay? You need to be able to identify the setup here. This is where you need to be able to identify the setup. And when the next day, when the market opens, you gotta be ready. As soon as it starts breaking out, that's when you buy it. Okay, and another good setup, this is not a 5-star, this is maybe 3.5 star, is this one here, right here. Another good setup. Keep surfing the 20-day, builds higher lows, and puts in a tight range. I'm actually gonna switch to this view here because there's less noise. You don't need to see, you don't need to put any notes on here. You don't need to do anything. You just need to watch the price. What scan did we use? It was a 6-month gainer scan, yeah. Okay, next one, Square. Oh, now it's fading the gap today. Okay, so Square, did it have any good setups lately? Let's go back here. It had some really good setups like back in 2017. Here is one. This thing, keeps riding the 50-day. Okay, and here, builds a base, starts breaking out, makes a move, and surfs the 10-day, and then you get two really tight candles with higher lows, and then breaks out. That's a good setup. Here, another really good setup. This is just an insanely good setup. Like you need to go back and you need to take screenshots of these things. You need to build a database, thousands of stocks. Like if you don't study at least, spend at least like 500,000 hours studying this one single setup, it's just super simple. It's not easy, but it's simple. But you still need to study. It's hundreds of hours, thousands of hours over the next few years. That's how you master it. That's how you will make millions, tens of millions. With this one setup, you can make tens of millions. Like this could be like it's kind of breaking out of a little bit of a range of the 50-day, building higher lows. It's a little bit more of a subtle setup. Like there's obviously variations of this setup. You're gonna figure it out. If you spend 1,000 hours studying these setups, you're gonna figure out these variations. Here is another decent looking one. Like Square had a bunch of this is another good setup. Bounce off the undercut and bounce off the 20-day, gaps up the next day. This looks very similar to SC. Now this one didn't have that much follow through, but like that setup, that last one looks very similar to SCDG yesterday and a couple of days ago. You had this weak candle that reclaims, and next day you have gap up. That's another one. Sometimes, if you have a good looking setup and it gaps up on earnings or news, even if it gaps up 5, 10, 15%, it could work out really nicely. I rarely buy stocks below the 50-day. Or, depends. It depends. Oh, guys, go to my about page. It's all there. my position sizing, it's all there. I've linked it like 10 times already. People in the chat have linked it. Guys, do I scale in? For this method, you don't need to scale in. You can buy everything at once. You don't need to worry about scaling in. But you need to scale out. You sell a third or half of your position after 3 to 5 days, and then you just use the 10-day moving average as a trailing stop. And then when the stock closes below the 10-day, you sell the rest. And since, okay, this is chart school, so I'll instead of referring to the about page, I'm gonna say it I'm gonna say, talk about the position sizing. Like, you shouldn't put more than 25% of your account in any given stock, ever. There's no point. Like, you get the best breakouts in a bull market, and in a bull market, you will have hundreds of stocks that make big moves. There's no point in putting more than 25% of your account in any given stock. Okay, next stock, Etsy. Several really good ones. This is a 5-star setup. Take a screenshot of this thing. Memorize this pattern. You don't need to do anything other. You don't need to know the earnings. You don't need to know what the sector this thing is in. You really don't. That's a 5-star setup. And then you had another really good setup like here. Well, actually it was a better setup here. Higher lows, you have a range, it's surfing the 20-day. And now look at it. Another one, Fiverr. I can immediately find a 5-star setup right here. I didn't trade it, was too thin, but I did recognize this setup. I even look at this arrow. I put this thing in my back watch list. Just to track it, and look at this thing, straight up. And if, you would have sold, you would have bought it here, you'd have sold half or a third on any of, like, on this day here, on any of these 2 days, 3 days, after 3 to 5 days, you sell a third or half. And then you use the 10-day moving average as a trailing stop. And here it kind of undercut the 10-day, but it reclaimed and closed above. And then you can move your stop here, okay? And once it goes below this area, that's when you get stopped out. So, using that those sell rules, you would still be in the stock. But this is something you will figure out once you look at thousands of stocks, thousands of leading stocks, big movers like these, how they act around these moving averages, and how do you develop sell rules. Fastly, another one. This one I talked about yesterday, so I'll ignore this one. mRNA. I'll just show you a 5-star setup right out of the gate. Here it is. I bought this thing here. Unfortunately, I didn't follow my own sell rules, so I sold it on this day here. And then look at what happened. I just thought, I don't know why I sold it. I just sold it. I didn't trust it. And then look at what it did. Here, another 5-star set. And there was actually a good setup here too. This was an even better setup. You have this, look at how tight it got. And then you have this big range. And here, another 5-star setup. Boom. Look at this. Here's another good setup. Actually, here is when I bought it. It undercuts the 50-day, reclaims, starts building higher lows. You have this big range. You have this breakout candle on higher volume, and look at what happened. Made a big move, and now it's flagging again. This is also a good setup. It's building higher lows, has a tight range. Like maybe tomorrow, if this thing can close stronger than it is right now, could be a good setup tomorrow. What's BNTX doing? Now BNTX looks really weak. It undercut the 20-day, but this thing, if this thing closes strong, like closes inside of this range, it could still be a setup for tomorrow. Let's look at another one, W. This thing had some good setups too. Some were a bit subtle. Nah, this wasn't really a good setup, even though it really worked. Sometimes you have this, some setups are just, too short, but they work anyways. Here is a good setup. This is a 5-star setup. There was stock that finds support on a 20 days, starts building higher lows, puts in a tight range, and then it has a breakout candle. That's a 5-star setup. Here's another, maybe not a super setup, maybe a 3.5-star setup. Now, in hindsight, it worked, and this is one I bought last week. This is when someone's told me, hey, I see you're long W. You should quit trading. Kind of funny. Anyway, I bought it here. This one I also talked about yesterday on the swing trading school, so you already know about this one. NVAX I talked about yesterday. Livongo Livongo I didn't talk about. This one I've been trading several times this year. I initially bought it on this day here when it guided higher, but that's another setup. Maybe I'll start teaching that setup next year or something, but let's just focus on this one simple breakout setup I'm trying to tell you, teach you. This is like, it's not really an obvious setup. It did work, but not a great setup. This is a great setup. I traded it. Unfortunately, it stopped me out. Okay, no follow through. Stopped me out. Then it found it bounced off the 20-day here. It bounced off the 20-day here. Now let's see what happened. Look at this. Look at this. And this is a 5-star setup. I traded it. Look at this thing. Builds higher lows, has this tight range, and then it starts breaking higher. That one I traded. I bought it back. Had a huge move. And then you get another 5-star setup right here. It did close a bit weak, but I did buy it right when it started breaking out. It serves the 10-day, higher lows, tight range, and breaks out. Look at this thing. And I sold it somewhere here in the low hundreds area because I thought it was getting extended. I didn't think it was going to go up much more. Well, I was wrong. Here we are. It went to 150 yesterday. Another one, Mara. It's a little bit another type of trade. I'll ignore it. VXRT. This is a good setup. Okay, this is something you need to identify the day before, and then the next day it gaps up on some news. Okay, you need to be on it. You need to buy it opening range highs. You can see, this thing had huge volume out of the gate. I bought this thing. I had a big trade on it. Opening range highs, you buy it. Lows of the days, you stop. And then you just, sell it into strength, some at the 3 to 5 days. And the first close below the 10-day, which would be on this day here, you get stopped out of the rest. And VXRT has kind of a maybe setup today. It doesn't really, it doesn't look that great. Never mind. SRNE. This thing has two really good. This one I bought. I messed up the set. Like, I'm usually very good with entries, but many times I just don't follow my own sell rules, and it kind of annoys me. It kind of pisses me off sometimes. Unfortunately, I sold it on this day here. $6. I don't know why. And then look at what it did. But good thing is I rebought it here. This was, I think it's Monday, 8/29. I bought 150,000 shares, if I remember correctly. Or 200,000 shares, I don't remember, but yeah. And I'm still long 40,000 shares. Tesla, this thing is setting up. It's setting up. Same thing, higher lows. This one I talked about yesterday, so I'm not going to talk about it today. Twilio, another one. You have a big move. Shops around for a bit, goes sideways in a choppy range. Finds support on the rising 20-day. Starts building a range, tight range. puts in a narrow candle, and then it has a breakout on higher volume. Now, obviously, you can't, most of the time, you can't kind of determine like early in the day that it's gonna have higher volume. So you just, especially if you're trading like liquid, like mid and large cap stocks, like they always have volume. You don't need to worry about it. And look at what it did. And here, another good setup. Really good setup. Look at this. Higher lows, tight range, bounces off the 20-day, again, builds higher lows, and then it's a breakout candle. Boom. Overstock. This one I also talked about there, if I remember correctly. But this one had a good setup here. Not a 5-star, but maybe a 3.5, 4-star. This is a 5-star setup. Okay, and this is also like a 5-star setup. Okay. All right, so this was just one scan. Like I have many different scans for different time frames. So this was the 6-month gainer scan. Okay, I also have like 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 1.5 years, 2 years, and then like 5-day gainers and stuff like that too. So you want the strongest stocks on any given time frame. But as a short term, like you guys don't, you can ignore the 2-year and the 1.5 year. You only have to focus on the 1 month. This is the formula for the 1 month. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. Here. So the lows C min L22, like the price gain from the lowest point the past 22 trading days. 22 trading days, that's 1 month. Okay, that's the formula. Okay, so you need this scan, and then the ADR. Like I use 3.5%, but most of you should put it at 5-6%. And dollar volume, I have 80 million here, or actually it sets 800,000. But you can use maybe like, I don't know. It depends on your account size. Just do like 20 times, 30 times your account size. If you have $100,000 in your account, take that times 30. Or 50. Let's just say 50. So you need to put like 5 million here, $5 million volume. So the 1 month, you need the 3 month. So the formula for this one is C min low L 67. 67 trading days, that's 3 months. And you also need the 6 month. You don't need any of these others, like the 1 year, 1.5 year, 2 year. You don't need those. You can ignore those. And this is where's the 6 month one? Here's the 6 month. The lowest price point of the past 126 days. Okay, and the rank 93%. You can play around with the volume, the average daily range, and the rank. You need to put a rank. It needs to be like 90 plus, 95% plus. And you shouldn't get like, after a market is closed, if you get more than 50 results, you need to tighten the criteria. You need to increase the dollar volume and or the ADR and or the rank, percentage rank. Like if you get more than say 50 results in any of those scans, you need to tighten up the criteria. And then you put them all, and then you just look for good setups and put them in a separate watch list. All right, enough for short school today. I don't like talking too much. It's really tiring. Okay, I'm gonna focus on my own trading for a while now. LRN, this thing is up. Let's see, what's my average? I have 12,000 shares, 49 average. So this thing is up 4%. Like what I personally do, I just sell like every 3 to 5%. I sell a little bit. But I suggest for you, just ignore it. No matter how much it goes up the first 1 or 2 days, just ignore it. What you need to do is you need to sell a third to a half. Like you could do like this, like you sell a third on day 3, which means on Friday you would sell a third, and then you sell a third on day 5, like on Tuesday you would sell another third, and then you trail the rest with a 10-day moving average, okay? Or you could do like you sell a third, or sorry, you sell half on day 3, 4, or 5, and then you trail the rest, trail the second half. You can play around with it, like, you know, whatever works for you. What about PayPal? What about PayPal? PayPal had a good setup here. I mean, what about it now? And it's also a very slow name. Don't trade PayPal. If you want to make big money, you gotta be in the fast-moving stocks, not the slow-moving stocks. That's just how it is. The fast-moving stocks, not the slow-moving stocks. Okay, let's see if UAVS announced offering. Oh wow, it's still up though. Largest loss and win. Okay, go to my about page. It's all there. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Stock Daddy, for linking AA Ride and Stock Daddy. Thanks for linking the and also Big Tune. Thanks for linking the about page. I really appreciate it. It's really helpful. Thanks, guys. Like I get the same questions 10 times per day, like in the Twitch stream, on Twitter, on YouTube. I just had to get that about page together, man. I wanted to do it for months, but you know, I'm lazy, so. How do you spend your mornings leading up to market hours? That's a really good question. I'm gonna answer it on the about page. That's a really good question. I've gotten it before, but yeah, that's a good question. I'll put it on my about page. How was your performance using momentum stocks prior to this massive bull run? It was very good. Like breakouts, like any type of breakout or momentum strategy you use, they're gonna work best obviously when the market is in a momentum mode. And you know, sometimes you have to be in cash for weeks and months on end when the market is not good. And that's fine. You know, if you can sit out a period like this, and then when a period like this comes around, you're gonna double, triple, quadruple your accounts. Trust me on this one. You don't need to trade all the time. It's fine to sit in cash for months on end. Now, it's easier said than done, but generally what you want to see, like Nasdaq is the, you know, the relevant index. You don't need to look at anything other than Nasdaq, okay? Nasdaq is where 90% of the stocks I trade are in the Nasdaq, okay? So generally what you want to see is the 10-day sloping higher and the 20-day sloping higher, or at least one of them needs to be sloping higher, generally. And the 10-day needs to be above the 20-day. It's fine if it undercuts a little bit for a while, but you know, that's a general rule. So this has been a really good swing trading market. Okay, during this time there weren't many breakouts, and those that were, they failed. There were a lot of breakdowns though, but that's just another type of strategy. You don't need to do any shorting. This was also a really good market. I more than doubled my accounts on this during this 4-month bull run. This period was a little bit more challenging. This was a decent period, even though it only lasted for a few months. This was a bit challenging because, you know, the market was downtrending, right? The 10-day started sloping lower, 20-day started sloping lower, the 10-day was below the 20-day. That's not a great swing trading environment. And then this was just a choppy environment, no trend. And the 10-day to 20-day, they were like mostly going sideways or lower or sloping down. And this was also an insanely good trading environment, the first 5 months of 2019. And you know, I can go back years and years. So you get this, like every year there's usually a 3 to 6 month period that's a bit challenging. You will make very little or no money, and that's fine. And then you get these runs that last for 3 to 6 months where you will double and triple your account. You just have to wait for those periods, okay? You have to wait it out. It's really making millions in trading. It's really not about rocket science. It's all about patience and discipline. It really is. If you have more than 10 brain cells, you can make a lot of money. But what most people don't have is the patience, the temper, just waiting and doing nothing. Most people want the fix, including me. They need to be doing something all the time. Yes, I used the platinum version of TC2000. Do you think Kodak might be supernova in a few sessions? I don't think anything. Right now, it's just going down. Oh, it's short and R, you're recovering from a motorcycle wreck? Holy shit, that sucks. Good. I guess the good thing is you get time to study setups. Like really, like what you guys need to do, you need to get these scans in order, and then you just need to find these setups. Just look at any stock that, you know, doubles or triples or quadruples or something, and then you just look at how they act. You need to use the 10-day, the 20-day, and the 50-day moving average. Like these are really the only indicators I personally feel I need. Like these are the main ones, and you will see like every leading stock, they will find support levels on the 10, 20, and 15-day moving averages. Like these are as close to magic as you can get, okay? It's almost like cheating. It's a little bit like cheating, okay? And there's a reason I use this moving average, because the leading stocks that make big moves, obey these lines. They've done it the past few years. They did it 50 years ago. They did it 100 years ago. How do I know? Because I've studied charts from those periods. There's no guesswork. There's a reason for all of these things. There's a reason for every indicator I use, because they work. How do I know they work? Because I've studied them, going back many decades. Do I trade anything else than US stocks? Yes, I also trade the US ETFs. Gonna put that one also in the about. Trade Zero or Interactive Brokers. I've never used Trade Zero. Trade Zero is, I guess, better if you like short a lot. But I think Interactive Brokers is really good. But it doesn't really matter. Like, you need to try them both and see which one works for you. Will you share? Yeah, I'm gonna show you like later this week or maybe next week my Evernote database. Like I have tens of thousands of charts and setups with different, strategies. I'm gonna show you a little bit of it. I've spent thousands of hours building it. Your TC2000, yeah, you need to get a platform that does, or you just, need to get books that show charts and stuff. Have you considered using the 5 EMA? Not really, because the 5 EMA is gonna stop you out of the big gainers. 5 EMA is what is too fast. What caused you 4 blowups? Lack of strategy, lack of setups. How did you get the watch list left side? What do you mean? This one? I just created it. I click here. I click here. I put the name on it. I click OK. Then I get a watch list and I put it here. This is like my daily back watch list. I track every notable breakdown. I track them for a month. Like let's see. It's 5th of August now. My oldest back watch list is 6th of July. We can just go through it and look at what triggered that day. Actually, I've already put the. I'm gonna put it. Yeah, that's a good one, Budir. I've already done that one. I just haven't put it on the about page. You can see it right here. On the daily chart, I use the simple moving averages. On the 60-minute chart, I use exponential moving averages. Why? Because they work. They just work. Like, it doesn't really even matter what moving averages you use. Like I use these ones because I found they work really well on momentum stocks. But you may find that some other moving average works better, and that's fine. Like, but there needs to be a reason for it. Okay, 6th of July had this CBAT had a random pop, UMRX had a random pop, Payboy IRO had a random pop, Tiger. Yeah, the China brokerage stocks broke out that day. I remember that. Mark had a random pop. Oh, this is the day I lost a bunch of money on it. I bought the breakout. I didn't realize they had earnings after hours, and I had to sell on the gap down. Weibo had a random pop. Yin had a China names all had random pops that day. MKTX, it's a very slow name, but it kind of broke out of a nice pattern, but had no follow through. IMMU gapped up on some news. Oh, IMMU, I can show you 2 really good setups on this one. 3 really good setups. Here, this day here. This had a big move on high volume on some biotech news. went higher, pulled back, the 10-day caught up, and then it broke out on high volume. It wasn't a very obvious setup. Actually, you know, the day before it looked like this. It wasn't a very obvious setup, but you know, this was a better setup. No, wait, where's the better setup? Here is a better setup. Where actually it's kind of extended, but there was a setup here too. It didn't have much follow through. Actually, you would have lost money on it, but this is a very good setup. Had a big move. It what, tripled or something, quadrupled, pulled back, went sideways, found support on the 50, actually before the 50-day, had a nice like range break candle. This is a very good setup. And this is another pretty decent setup. Like, it wasn't really tight going into it, but sometimes, you know, the previous day can be loose if you have a nice range. In the same here. You kind of have to look at the overall picture, but you know, if you study thousands of examples, you're gonna figure these things out. FSLR we talked about earlier. Nette had a good setup yesterday. It's a very thin stock, but this thing had a very good setup yesterday. This is a 5-star setup, and today it gapped up a bunch, and now it's actually took out yesterday's lows. I don't know. They had some news, and they didn't like the news, I guess. Okay, Koopa, 5-star setup right here. Boom, boom, boom. Higher lows. Look at how it just keeps surfing the 20-day higher lows, and then you have a little bit of a range. It was a bit choppy, but eventually it got tighter and tighter and broke out. Boom. What's this? Oh, this one got a big breakdown that day. DXM. This one I'm stalking. It's a little bit. Like, it's getting super tight. You can just clearly, like, look at this range. Like, this thing wants to go higher. You can clearly see this is an earnings winner, big earnings. They reported last week. Big guidance. Like, this thing has fuel. It's not something you guys have to focus on, but I like to trade the stocks with big earnings. They tend to make the biggest moves. But the only thing you really need to focus on is the momentum. That's really only. Because all of the big earnings winners, they're gonna have a momentum. You're gonna catch them if you just focus on momentum. So you don't really need to focus on anything else. I'll even switch to this tab so you don't see anything other than just the setup. What was I trying to say? I don't even remember. Workhorse. This thing hasn't had really much follow through since I bought it, but it is building higher lows. I bought it 2 days ago when it broke the 17 area. It popped 15-16% really quickly, pulled back, and put in a higher low. Put in another higher low. So far it looks okay. VIX had a big move. All right, holy shit, I'm getting really tired now. I'm gonna do one more scan, and these are my intraday scans. You don't need to focus on any of these. You don't need any intraday scans. All you need to do is use the 1 month, 3 month, and 6 month momentum scans. Find setups. You know, you need to run them after you close. Find good setups, put them in a watch list, and then you just have to watch that watch list. That's all you need to do to make millions. And like, I'm gonna write a step-to-step guide. Like, obviously, and you also have to be like aware of the market conditions and stuff like that. Like, I mean, an uptrending market or downtrending market, or like, what are the market conditions? Right now, they're very good. Like this, the past 4 or 5 months has been the best swing trading environment since the late 90s. Probably. Or maybe like a second and third quarter of 2009. That was also a really good period. Just going back and looking at charts, like there were some insane moves back then. APT, APT I got stopped out. Let's see where I had a hard stop set. I got filled 19.99. I had 5 cent slippage. Yeah, I'm all out APT. I sold the half at near the close yesterday when it was obvious it was gonna close at least like at right at the 20-day, and then I kept half because I was really like hoping it was gonna gap up and just bounce off the 20-day, but it's not. So right now it's a broken chart. Let's see, taking it off from my positions list. So, you know, since I sold the stock, like this window here, these are my positions. I'm taking it off. I'm removing it from this list. So right here, let's see, LRN, this is what a 5-star setup should do. You know, for those who paid attention, have been paying attention, like those of you who have been on my stream for, you know, months, you know, you should have all been on top of this one. This is a 5-star setup. Not now. The entry was in the like 48 area, 49 area. My average is 49.02. I had to chase it a little bit since I was buying a bit size. I wanted more, but you know, I started buying it like low, like 48.20s, and I got filled on my last shares like low 49s. So that's how thin the stock was. And this thing could easily go to 60, 70, you know. Wow, this LSC, I still think this thing is gonna go haywire. Like when Robin Hood finds this stock, when David Day Trader finds this one, it's gonna go to 2030. It had several good setups. Had a setup here, had a setup here. I personally bought it. Where did I buy it? Did I buy it here? No, I bought it here. I bought it on this day. I chased it a little bit. Like this was the correct entry right here, but I chased it just because I thought it was such a big potential. And sometimes, you know, if you made millions, you can break rules, okay? If you've been trading for 9 years, you know when to break the rules. If you have been trading for less than 5 years, you don't know when to break the rules, and you shouldn't break the rules. PEA looks like I may get stopped out. I'm actually gonna put a hard stop on it so I don't have to watch it. All right, let's see. Yeah, INO for tomorrow looks like a really, really good setup. It's just a really good looking setup. Not a 5-star, but you know, like a 4-star setup. And also this DT, it looks exactly like Shui did on this day here. Exactly like Shui did here. This is what DT looks like right now. It's a bit slower, like these are a bit slower, like you know, you should focus on the ones that are surfing the 10-day and the 20-day. But you know, I also trade the ones that surf the 50-day many times. But yeah, like if I had buying power left, I would buy it, but I don't, so I'm not gonna buy it. But it's a good setup. It's a 4-star setup. And also two that look really good are IBIO and HTBX for tomorrow. HTBX looks a bit better. mRNA surfing the 50-day. No, it's not. Right now it's surfing the 20-day, but it has been surfing the 50-day previously. Yeah, like, yeah, it bounced here, but right now it's surfing the 20-day. If it closes strong, it's gonna be a setup for tomorrow. Looks like Twitter is taking out highs for the day. I like Twitter. Like it's a bit slow, but like I'm risking what 75, 80 cents to potentially make. I mean, this thing gets going. Why can't this thing go to 45, 50? You know, good risk reward. Like on swing trading, you always want to get like you're aiming to get like 5, 10, 20 times, 30 times your initial risk. Like the best trades, you'll make 20, 30, 50 times your initial risk. You know, you can make a lot of money even if you only have like 20, 30% win rate. You can make a shitload of money. Like my win rate last year, I think it was 20, was it 22%, 25%, something like that. And this year, it's a bit better. Maybe, I don't know, but maybe closer to 30%. But you can have a win rate well below 50% and you can make a shit ton of money. And you know, another thing, you know, there's a lot of these day traders out there selling their subscription services. That, you know, they claim they have like this 70, 80, 90% win rates. And maybe they have, but if you need a 70, 80, 90% win rate to make money, I'm sorry, but your setups suck. Your methods suck. You have a very little edge if you need that high of a win rate to make money. What was your best month? How much? My best month was probably like, I don't know, June or May or June or something. Yeah, June. No, wait. Wait. Yeah, I think June this year was my best month. I made 5 million. I made 5 million bucks in June. Because the market was just so good. Like, look at the Nasdaq during June. This is June month. Look at this thing. It was pretty much straight up. A little bit pullbacks, but you know, still. Numbers. Yeah, okay. I'll show you what those mean. Let's look at Livongo. So what it means, I'm gonna show you. These are from MarketSmith, these numbers. These are earnings and revenue. Okay. So the left column is the earnings, like EPS growth, and the right one is revenue growth. This is what a growth stock looks like. These kind of stocks you want to be long. The ones that have triple-digit earnings and revenue growth. This is the reason Livongo went from like 20 bucks to 150 in like 4 months, 5 months. This is fuel. This is called fuel. Rocket fuel is another word for it. And that's pretty much what I put. Like I like to keep track of the story. Like the numbers, like I can quickly, if I scroll through like on Square 2, I can just quickly see the numbers. Okay, that gives me a bit more conviction versus just some random stock that doesn't have any earnings at all. Like Twitter, like this one really has shitty earnings and revenue growth. But again, I think this thing could go like as a good looking chart, very clean, perfect 20, surfing the 20 EMA perfectly. And you know, I talked about it before. Like this is like the most powerful social media platform in the world. And if they finally can monetize it when they finalize their SaaS model, you know, this thing could go to 100 billion plus. So we'll see. But I'm just rationalizing the trade. But sometimes I need to rationalize things. Even though you really don't need to make big money in the markets. Fiverr is going to be a great short setup for tomorrow. If it closes strong. Like AMD, yeah, this one, yeah, this is the one that got away. You know, you're not going to catch everything. Like in a bull market, there's going to be hundreds of stocks that break out and make big moves. You don't need to be in everything. And also, you don't need to be like ultra concentrated. Like there's, some people, successful traders that think that, you need to be really concentrated. You need to put like 50% of your account in a single stock. No, you don't need to. Absolutely not. You're gonna make your money in bull runs, and every bull run there's hundreds of stocks that make big moves. You don't need to put 50% of your account in one stock. That's just stupid. I would generally say don't put more than 25% of your account in any given stock. There's just no need to. Like, let's say you go long Tesla, you put 50% of your account in this thing, okay? And the next day, this thing breaks out, you put 50% of your money in this thing. Or even worse, you put 100% of your money in this thing. And then the next day, overnight, Elon Musk gets a heart attack and dies. This thing is gonna be down 70%. Okay? It's gonna be down 70%. God forbid something happens to Elon, but I'm just saying, right? Or you put something in a, big position in some micro cap biotech stock, like, they have some bad news, it's gonna go down 90% overnight. You're done. Your career is over. You don't have any career anymore, in trading at least. Etsy, like Etsy is a good short setup. Like I think if it gaps up on earnings, it could be like a sell the news scenario because it's really extended from the base. Like it's up what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row. This is gonna be like a 5-star short setup. I just hope it gaps up on earnings. That would be an ideal scenario, and I'm gonna be on it. As long as or if it opens break even, just like Fiverr today, not Fiverr, sorry, Livongo. Like this one also, this one gapped up a little bit. It was up way up. It was up way more in pre-market. It actually hit like 160, almost 168 in pre-market. But anyways, first, right out of the gate, it put in a red 1-minute candle, and I kind of shorted it right there, low 145s. I shorted 10,000 shares. Now in hindsight, I should have done 2-3 times the size, but whatever. A really good setup, like a 5-star setup. And Fiverr looks similar also for tomorrow if it can close strong today. Like we're in a runaway bull market, like extremely good momentum market. So there's a lot of these setups coming up. That's another setup I trade. You don't need to worry about it. You don't need that setup to make millions. It's a little bit. It's much harder setup to trade than just the breakout method I've been teaching you. Okay, guys, I'm done. I'm not gonna answer any comments or questions. My throat is starting to hurt from talking. Thanks for joining, and I'll see you tomorrow. And I see some people have DM'd me. I'm gonna answer. Okay, let's start with swing trading school in 1 minute. I'm gonna do one of my scans. I'm gonna do the 2-year scan. Check what stocks there are there and look for good setups. Let's keep the shatter to minimum during swing trading school. I won't have time to ask questions or comment on comments. All right. All right, class, sit down and listen. Let's see. This is my longest term scan. So this one scans for the biggest winners over the past 2 years. You don't need this scan. Like I talked about the 1 month, 3 month, and 6 month scans yesterday. Those are the ones you need. I'm just gonna want to find like stocks that have gone up a lot over the past 2 years so we can look at good setups. Right now there's not going to be that many stocks here since it's I have pretty high volume criteria, and the market and the market is just just opened. Overstock we've talked about recently. But we can go back and look at Overstock back in 17. I'm gonna do this in another tab. Swing trading school tab. There's no noise here. This is what your setup needs to look like. This is what it should look like. No more indicators than this. Let's go back over stock in 2017. This was one of my biggest winners in 2017. Look for good setups. Okay. And these I traded. These setups I traded. Okay. I did miss this one, but this was a pretty decent setup. And like guys, you need to build your own database of these. You need to take screenshots and put it in, in a folder or whatever. Get Evernote or something. You need to build a database of these so you can go back. This was a very good setup. This one I remember I traded. Opening range rise. I think they reported earnings or something. It doesn't really matter. It found support on the rising 20-day. First bounce of the rising 20 took out this range at 25 on big volume. That's a good setup. Here's a good setup. Surfing the 10-day, building higher lows, getting tighter and tighter, and then breaks out. Again, on high volume. This is nah, it's a bit tricky. That's not really a great setup. But here I'm gonna show you this one too. It first bounce of the 50-day and has a range break. Here bounces the 50-day, breaks this range on big volume. That's a good setup. And then obviously it had good setups here, but I talked about these setups previously on Short School, Swing Trading School. Overstock, I'm short 25,000 shares. For those who follow my short setup. But yeah, I promise not to talk about the short. So I don't know how to do it. Should I talk about it or not? Just not to confuse people. Guys, just a simple rule. If you haven't made your first million yet, don't short. You ignore anything I say about shorting. Just ignore. Just ignore it. I'm not talking to you. When I mention shorting, I only talk to the guys who have made at least $1 million. Okay, CWH, this thing. Let's go back and look. It never really had a big. It was never a earnings or momentum leader, but it's been a momentum leader recently. This year, since the Corona crisis, this is a decent setup. Not a 5-star setup, but a pretty decent setup, like this one right here. You can just see how clean, you need clean setups. Something just keeps surfing. It's not all over the place. It just keeps surfing the 10-day, and then the 20-day catches up. Look at this. It says higher lows, and then you have a range here, and it breaks that range. It wasn't a super obvious setup, but this was definitely a tradable setup. Square, we can go back and look back. Wait, didn't I talk about this one yesterday or the day before? I don't think I did. No, I did. Yeah, this one I went through, I think, yesterday, so I'm not going to talk about that one. This one I talked about before. SCDG. This one I truly can't see any. I've been stalking this thing forever. This really. Oh yeah, back here. No, never mind. Yeah, here I traded it a couple of times. Back in 2017. This was a good setup. This was an earnings winner. Look at it's in a big uptrend. It keeps surfing the 20-day. Then it kind of breaks down a little bit and finds support on the 50-day. Bounces off the 50-day twice, builds higher lows, and then it has this tight range. This is a very good setup. I know I traded it. Roku, this one I traded back in 2019, I remember. I'm gonna show you guys. This one I actually traded on stream. No, wait, which one did I? Okay, no, never mind. This is a very good setup, okay? big uptrend, and the bounces, clean bounce of the 50-day. You can see it builds higher lows and then breaks this range. 5-star setup, beautiful, beautiful setup. I traded this one. And then there was another one I traded on the stream, but I didn't follow my own sell rules. This one here, not as obvious. I think it bounced off the 100-day or something. You know what? Ignore this one. You don't need to pay attention to this. Just pay attention to the ones that bounce off the 10 or like surf the 10, 20, and 50-day. You don't need to pay, like, yeah, ignore that one. Never mind. Forget I said that. Carvana, I talked about the previous few days. EMPH, I don't think I talked about. Let's see, good setups. Like this is a good setup, really good setup. Just keep surfing the 10 and 20-day, and then it breaks this range and big volume. Like this is how it looked like the day before. It's not a super obvious one, but it's there. It's not like a 5-star, but like 3.5, 4-star. Like some setups are really, really obvious. Like Tesla, like this one, it's gonna be juicy once it breaks. Like it's just so tight, long consolidation, but some consolidations are not that long. AMD, this one had many, many setups over the years. Oh man, I was a really shitty swing trader back in 2016. I was not very good at identifying these setups, but this is a 5-star setup. This is a 5-star setup, but it would have stopped you out because on this day here, it took out the lows of this day, right? So you would have gotten stopped out, but the setup here was 5-star. Like I can't go back more than this. We can do it like this. Like, you need to take screenshots of these things. You need to go back and study these things for yourselves. This was also a really good setup. Not a 5-star because the previous day's candle was kind of loose, but it had this big range break and it had been building higher lows. This thing AMD has had so many good setups over the years. Some I missed, some I traded. This is also a really good setup. Surfs the 10-day, undercuts it, builds higher lows for 3 days, 2 days, and then breaks out. Really good setup, beautiful setup. This was a good setup. You get a bounce of the 50-day. It kind of breaks down, pulls back, finds support on a 50-day, builds higher lows. Guys, you see this? Many times these things build higher lows. Here it built higher lows. Here, here, here. Like before their breakouts, they most of the time build higher lows. Very important concept, okay? It did kind of have a pretty decent setup here, right here. Built higher lows, surfed off the 20-day, but this one didn't have any follow through. Like, just because it's a good setup doesn't mean it's gonna work. And here, you know what? I would have probably traded this setup. I don't remember if I traded, but again, this one would have stopped me out too. And look, with this method, you can have a 30% win rate, and you can double, triple, quadruple your money in a year if the market is good. You don't need a 80% win rate or even a 50% win rate. Get used to losing. Get used to getting stopped out. The best traders are the ones that can take the best losses. Okay, this is one I did trade. Like, look at this thing. It surfed, bounced off the 20-day, started feeling higher lows. Got tight. This one I did trade. Oh no, never mind. I didn't trade that one. I traded this one, and this is one of my, what happened on this day, like this is a 5-star setup. It's a really good setup. You have this range with higher lows. Oh, wait, what happened now? Like I bought this one reported earnings this day. I bought an enormous size. I had like 50% of my account in this thing when it took out the opening range lows, but it stopped me out. It reversed after I bought it. It shook me out. I took a decent loss on it, and then it reversed again, took out the highs of the day. Remember, I had 50% of my account on in this thing, like with a perfect entry, but it shook me out. And look at what it did. This is no joke. I never got back in. I didn't get back in. Look at what it did. Guys, feel the pain. I hope you're feeling the pain together with me, because when I see this, I'm feeling the pain. Okay? If I had taken this trade, you know, well, what can I say? What can I say? It only went up 96%, 95% over the next couple of months. Guys, the stop is always lows of the entry day. And after 3 to 5 days, you sell a third to half of your position and move the stop to break even. And then you use the trailing 10-day. The first close below the 10-day moving average is when you get out. And this thing, if you use that, you would have sold a third to half on either one of these 3 days. Either here, no, sorry, one of these 3 days. You would have sold a third to half just to lock in some profits, move your stop to break even. And you would have sold the other 2/3 to half until this day here, okay? This is where you would have gotten out. These moving averages work. The 10 days is an incredibly good moving average for the biggest momentum stock. It just works so well. It's not perfect, but it works really well. It's almost like cheating. This thing I traded on the stream. This is a 6-star setup on a 5-star scale. You know, you gotta fucking memorize this. This is a 6-star setup on a 5-star scale. You don't get many of these. Look at how tight it is. Bounces perfectly off the 20-day. Gets really tight. This one I traded on the stream. Unfortunately, I wasn't really good at following my exit rules. And look at the move it made. Or no, I did follow my exit rules really well. I think I sold it. I think I sold it somewhere here on the first. Yeah, I did follow my exit rules. I think I sold it on this day when it closed below the 10-day. The first closed below the 10-day. And now you probably understand why I'm so excited for Tesla. Like, I'm literally dreaming about Tesla. It's gonna be an enormous trade. It looks exactly like it. But it could also be a big breakdown, right? And then in that case, I'm going to short it. But, you know, this thing breaks out. It's going to go to 2,000. I've got to buy a big position. You got to memorize these things. And for example, like, is this a good setup, right? It's not, because it's not surfing any of the moving averages, right? There's no clean trend. It's been going sideways for months and months. Okay? Is this a good setup? Well, this one actually was a good setup. You know what? This was a good setup. It undercut and bounced off the 20-day, built higher lows, took out this tight range. This was a good setup, but it didn't follow through. It would have stopped you out. Was this a good setup? Like, I actually traded this one because I anticipated this big. You know, it's not really like what I'm trying to teach you. Like, you want to be in the stocks that have the high, you know, that the 10 and 20-day and 50-day moving averages are in a high angle. Like, they go like straight up. Like, they go up in a like 45-degree angle. Those are the kind of stocks you want to be in. Like where the 10 and 20-day moving averages are in this type of angle, right? You can just, you know, or maybe even more, like, you know, something like this. I don't know, is this 45 degrees? Okay, guys, can you confirm? Is this like 45 degrees or am I missing out? This is like 90 degrees. Wait. The fuck? Why can't I do a line? What? Why can't I do a line? What the hell is going on? I can't draw a line. What the hell? Wait. So you have a straight line. Is this a straight line? Almost. So this is like a 45 degrees, right? 43.25, 50. Stop trolling me. God damn it. This is 45 degrees plus minus a few degrees. You want, you know, stocks that go up in 45-degree angles. 45 degrees or even more. You know what? Damn, I wish I could have a permanent 45-degree line on all of my charts. uh, Shopify, I think I talked about it. This thing had some decent setups over the years. Or actually, it's kind of, nah, it's a bit tricky. It had some good setups past few months, but it's been kind of tricky this year. Like apps I want to talk about. Okay, let's do another 45-degree angle. This is like 45 degrees, right? Again, this is like this one actually went up higher than 45 degrees, but it needs to be at least like 45 degrees, right? This is a 5-star setup. Memorize this. Okay? Take a screenshot. You know, you need to learn this, okay? You need to be on these things. W. Let's do another 45-degree angle. This is 45 degrees. I'm a natural. This is 45 degrees. Like, it wasn't as obvious, but this thing, you know, the market had a multi-day pullback. And when I say the market, I mean the NASDAQ. This thing just undercut the rising 20 and just couldn't go lower. It was back at all-time highs immediately. This one I bought. I'm still in it. I still have 4,800 shares. I think I bought 9,000 shares or something, 8,000. I don't remember. Right? That's a really good setup. And if you didn't buy it here, this is acceptable setup too. And look at it now. Tesla. Let's do another 45-degree angle. Where is it here? Like this one is moving up way faster than 45 degrees. Way faster. So that's a good thing. You want at least 45 degrees. But the faster the better. Doku, this one I really don't see any good setups. Maybe like this. Nah. Oh, this was maybe a kind of decent setup. This is just right after the March lows. This thing was back at all-time highs really quickly. So this would have been an acceptable setup in the context of the overall market. This is like literally a couple of weeks after the March lows. And it was just, you know, it didn't really go down much during the Corona, or it did go down 30%, but it was just reclaimed the 50-day, like in just a couple of days. So it was a decent setup in the context of the market, but you know, let's just ignore it. It may be too much information for you, most of you. SRNE, well, this one I talked about yesterday, I think, or the day before. Had two really good setups here and here. I traded both of them. Kodak looks like it's gonna step me out. But Kodak too, it kind of bouncing off the 10-day. And building higher lows. You can just clearly see in the daily chart, it's building higher lows. Every single day it's been building higher lows. But it's not really the type of setup I'm trying to teach you. This is more of a, you know, different variation. Like there are variations of these setups. INO, this one I've been trading several times. Good setups. This was a good setup. Didn't have any follow through. This was another good setup. I think I traded it if I remember. This is like a 5-star setup. Surfed the 20-day, built higher lows. Again, the higher lows. You buy the opening range highs, or you know, you want to buy them as fast as possible, like after they trigger, once they start taking out the ranges. But sometimes you kind of unsure. So you know, you can buy them any time of the day, as long as they are not up, as long as the stop is not further away than the average true range. Okay, so let's say this is real time. You see it right now. Like the lows of the day is what, 11.05, and the stock is at 12.05, right? So you would have to use a dollar stop. And the average true range back then, since this, you know, share price was lower, it was, you know, let's just say it was $1.50, right? So that would have been fine. But if the stock would have been at 12.70, your stop would have to be $1.70, and then it wouldn't have been fine. Then you would have to, you know, either buy a dip if it dipped a little bit, or if it, you know, just let it go. It's fine to let stocks go. There's so many opportunities. You can't trade them all. This was a little bit more of a subtle setup, but it bounced off the 50-day, took out this little range that had this strong candle. Melee, this one has always been a bit choppy, kind of hard to trade, not really clean. This is one I've followed for years. I traded a couple of times, but it almost never puts in good setups. This is a good setup though, right here on this day. That's a good setup. And I think I traded it. I don't remember. This is a good setup. It's got a little bit slower stock. You can clearly see it on the chart. Like the daily candles are like kind of, you know, it's just a slower type. But this was a good setup. TTT, we've been talking about 10. You know, this one doesn't have any. Plug had a good setup. Can we go back to 2014? No, we can't. We can't go back to 2013. That's why I find TC2000 a bit annoying. They should like get their shit together. You should be able to go back and however long you want. It's just stupid. You can only go back like 5 years. It's kind of like, it's just stupid. This was a good setup. It did gap up, but then, you know, when you have a powerful chart, you know, a gap up is okay. As long as you get it on the opening range highs. Let's say the opening range highs, the 1 minute or 5 minute or whatever, you can add on all of them. Like if you miss the 1 minute opening range highs, maybe you can add on the 5 minute. But the lows of the day should be your stop, and the stop shouldn't be higher than the average true range. But this was a pretty decent setup right here. And you know, this thing kinda had a setup a couple of days ago. It kind of bounced off the 50-day, put in a strong candle, and then it, you know, started going the next day. You know, it's a trickier setup, but it's a variation. I passed on it. I did see it, but I just passed on it. And NVAX we've talked about several times. Really perfect breakout right here. It's a 6-star setup on a 5-star scale. All right, anywho, so we went through even more setups today, and tomorrow I'm gonna do another scan, and you know, we'll go through even more setups. But the key is, you know, you need to put in your own work. Like you need to put in every day. You need to put in work. Identify. You know, you need to go and then, you know, scan for big winners. And then you just look for setups, okay? You see the same patterns, they occur over and over again. Is MCHB a good setup? What? How the hell? This doesn't even remotely look at anything I just showed you guys. No, it's not a good setup. It looks like shit. What I think of Beely? I'm long Beely. This thing had a 5-star, or yeah, 5-star setup here when I bought it. 5-star setup. Bounced off the 50-day, built higher lows, took out this range. Boom. 5-star setup right there. Hence why I bought it. How do I manage stops? Lows of the day for this method I'm trying to teach you. You move your stop to break even after the first 3 to 5 days. What about KSU? No. It's not a momentum leader. Like you can clearly see, like KSU doesn't have the 45-degree angle, right? It's kind of sloppy, right? It's just no. It needs to be clean on the 10 and 20 and 50. I mean, it is kinda, but it's not really there. It's just not like it wouldn't get on your scans probably. Like down here when it broke out on the like these days and this day, it wouldn't have gotten on your scans. It's not a momentum leader. Hey, Cheese Smitty, what kind of life question do you have? Guys, like, don't be afraid to ask me. Like, especially like it's like when it's like an hour and a half after the open and things are calming down. You can ask me anything. You can ask me like I can be your psychologist. I can be your best friend. I can give you life advice. I can give you love advice. Hey, look, I'm here for you guys. Arithmetic is not valid for the 45-degree thing. Yes, it is. Do I own a child care center? What? No, I don't. Why do you ask me that? That was a random question. Child care center? Absolutely. Oh, you mean like the sounds from outside? No, it's my neighbor's kids. They were just running in front of my house. Yes, I do almost only 99% of my trades are swing trades. My stops are usually like maybe, around half of average true range. They are rarely full average true range. I always feel like I'm chasing when the stock is closing in on the full of average true range. Think or Swim. Yeah, I had a Think or Swim account, but they closed it because I hadn't funded it. I had a Think or Swim before it got bought out by Ameritrade, I think, back like 2011, 2012, 2013. But then it kicked me out because I hadn't funded the account. But they had good charting. The profit charts were really good. I liked them. Twitter is, the only bad thing about Twitter is like its ADR is only 3.6%. None of you should be trading it. None of you should be trading it. Okay, yeah, I had the fee. But it's like a 4-star setup. Thoughts on CLSK? Nah. Nah, I don't think it's a good setup here. Like all of you should probably use at least 5-6%. Most of you, all of you that have less than say a couple of million in your accounts. I use 4%. I actually increased my scans from 3.5 to 4% yesterday. And then, look, and yet I'm still looking at Twitter. It's at 3.6. What can I say? Crocs? No. Like, it's in a nice uptrend, yeah. But it's not tight. Like, it's kind of like choppy. Like, it's kind of choppy. It's not a clean chart. Needs to get tight. What about cult advice? I don't have any cult advice. Can you be my dad? I think it's a little bit late to be your dad. I gonna have to be there at the conception. Why is the Earth flat? Because of science. Let's see how many people leave the chat now. Oh God. How do you feel your trading performance, good or bad, from affecting your mood with long one? It doesn't. My trading, it's the other way around. My trading affects my feelings outside of the market, but my feelings outside of the market never affect my trading. How do I prep my day? Yeah, I'm probably gonna write a, like in my about page about it. That's a good question. How do I prep my day? Yeah, I'm gonna put it on in my about page. Um, I have a little bit. I did write a little bit about it, but I need to do a little bit. Maybe a few more sentences. How my day goes by. I'm gonna maybe gonna do like a time, like around 9 I get up, like 10 I go to the gym. Let's see. Work. Okay, yeah, here it is. Okay. How do you spend your mornings leading up to market hours? Okay, that one I'm gonna write a little bit more on. Where are the car picks? I can show you the car picks. Let's see. No. Well, I don't actually have pictures of my car. I have one video of it. I have one single video of the car. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? No, it's not here. Oh, okay, it's not here. Where the hell is it? I'm trying to find it somewhere on my phone. Oh, here it is. I'm gonna put it on my Google Drive. Okay, let's see here. If I'm still in Fastly, no, why would I be? Oh wait, Fastly, I never was in it. Or I was in, like, I bought it here, right? And I got stopped out, I think, on this day here, and since then I haven't been in it. No, easy stock trade. Entry to stop is no more than 1 times average true range. SDGR. Yeah, you know what? It could be a good. It's not that clean because it's like a little bit too far below the 50-day, but it is actually, it could be, it could work. It could work. It's not a bad one. Maybe like tomorrow, starting tomorrow, it would be a decent setup, like 3.5, 4 star. When in a swing trade, how are you deciding to take profit or sell completely? Guys, go back and look like every single swing trading school I've done, like for the exception every day, like no, with the exception of Monday, but Tuesday, Wednesday, and today I've done swing trading school. So I've talked about the sell rules. They're very simple. Guys, you need to read the about page. Yes, there is somewhere I show my current positions. Or actually, yeah, not on this chart, but because on the swing trading school I use this chart only. But here, this box here, these are my current positions. How I use Twitter as a trading tool. I look at news. I have a very curated list of people I know are good on their with what they do, and yeah, some of them have good trading ideas. Some of them are just news guys. But I think Twitter is a very good tool to get a grip of what's going on, get trading ideas, and just news, just what's happening. And I'm talking about stock-specific news and sector-specific news. But yeah, thanks Miggy for explaining where my positions are. Really appreciate it. Like, wow, this moderator thing is awesome. Is the video super delayed? It shouldn't be. There shouldn't be no. How's my Swedish investment business? It's kind of slowly going forward. Not really putting a lot of effort in it right now. It's like vacation times and everything. Thoughts on IBIO? Like if it can close strong, it would be a setup for tomorrow, but it's kind of weak for now. Mara, well, I'm in Mara, and Bitcoin, I'm in GBTC. There are no setups on them right now. How much is TC2000? I don't know. You can just go to their homepage and figure it out. I have no idea what I'm paying for TC2000. Whatever the amount I'm paying, I would be fine with paying 10 times as much. You mentioned in the beginning of the stream something about the best short setup, which you saw. It was something related to volume, if you remember. I don't know. I don't remember which one. Do I share my current positions or your past trades? Yeah, all my current positions are in this list. I almost always tell you guys when I buy or sell something on the stream. I almost always tell you guys, unless I forget to, because there's so much going on. But I'm thinking about like on the thinner names. I'm not even gonna mention them because I don't want to have 200 people, chasing the same thing I'm buying or selling. Like I don't want that kind of following. I want only people in here that are willing to learn, to stand on its own two legs, or since we're trading, sit on your asses. And not follow me blindly. There are a lot of services who are willing to take your money happily if you are out for that, if you're looking for that. Yeah, look, like I think Nathan Michaud is a great guy. He's a successful trader, but I just don't think like the scalping is just a great. It's just so hard. There's just so many things that can go wrong. Like you're always like near your entry. You like it's just I don't think scalping is you shouldn't do it. I don't even think you should day trade. I think swing trading is the best thing to start with. Like I started as a day trader because I didn't know anything else. The people I followed were day traders. It took me a couple of years before I found someone who was swing trading successfully. His name is Pradeep and he runs stockbee.biz. Oh, the ADR formula. Yeah, it's guys, the ADR formula is on my about page. All you have to do is you do this. You take the ADR formula. Like I don't even know. Wait. How do you do it? Like if you wanna do like you wanna create the same scan like I have. Biggest 1 month gainers. Like I talked about these yesterday. Biggest 1 month, 3 month, and 6 month gainers. You put there volume dollars. You click the plus button here. Choose condition. And click here volume. Right, and then you choose volume dollars, whatever it is, dollar volume here, right? And then you put it, yeah, so which is the same thing as, which is this formula here. You can, I probably put it in manually too. Greater than, and I have 80 million. Most of you guys should have something like maybe 10 or 20 million, but no more than that, since you have tiny accounts. And here, wait, why is this 3.5? I thought I changed it to 4. Oh, because I forgot to save the page. No, wait, what? Why is this? It should be 4. But you guys should use like 5 or 6. And price graph 1 month ranks. You choose rank here. C min low 22. That's the formula. And you put a rank that's probably 90% plus, maybe even 95% plus. And after, when the market is closed, okay, you should play around with these, but you shouldn't get more than 50 candidates on any of the 3 scans, 1 month, 3 month, and 6 month gainers. If you get more than, say, 50, 60 candidates, you should probably like increase the rank here, or you should increase the ADR percent. Let's say you have ADR 5% and you get 75 results, and then you increase it to 6% and you get, say, 55 results. Then that would be fine. You don't want too many like results. Like around 50, 60 is good enough on any of these 3 scans. Okay, anywho, okay, enough with Short School for today. I'm getting really tired again. I just need to catch up with this chat. How often do you withdraw? Anytime I have a big expense like taxes or expensive as fuck car, I withdraw money. Why I don't trade Apple, Amazon, Google, and Facebook? Because they're too slow. Look at Apple, ADR of 2.7. Amazon, ADR of 3. Oh, this one is actually kind of high, but it's just I haven't seen any good setups. There's all these, there are better ones there. Google, ADR of 2.4. Facebook, ADR of 2.8. It's just too slow. Way too slow. I don't trade slow. Well, actually, my car has 619 horsepower. Well, actually. Did they call you for a new Market Wizard book coming out? Yeah, oh man, I'm so excited for the new Market Wizards book. Holy shit, I can't wait. Oh, I'm gonna look at this. Like, oh my god. I don't know if I would qualify for the Market Wizards books. I don't know. Maybe I would. Market Wizards here. Let's see. Yeah, I think it comes in November. Wait. Where is it? Market Wizards. Why can't I find it? Should be on Amazon. Wait. Market Wizards. Where is it? Unknown Market Wizard. Is that the name of? Oh, here it is. I found it. Oh man, November 3. Oh man, I'm gonna get this book. Oh, I'm gonna get this book. Like, guys, look at this. A trader who turned an initial account of 2,500 into 50 million. Oh my god, I wanna know his method. He's, a guy who averaged 337 over 13 years. Like, he would be a multi-billionaire. So I guess he's kind of like maybe a day trading strategy where he withdraws money and starts over with a smaller account. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. A trader who made tens of millions using a unique approach that employed neither fundamental nor technical analysis. That's also pretty interesting. But it also depends on what he started with and how many years it took. But it kind of, that sounds exciting. A former advertising executive who used classical chart analysis to achieve a 58% average return over 27. Like, this guy should be a millionaire too. Oh, please don't tell me it's Peter Brandt. No, please don't tell me it's Peter Brandt. Oh, that guy is a fucking fraud. Peter L. Brandt. Like, the guy claims he's made like 30% per year over the past 30 years. He should be a multi-billionaire, yet he has a service he sells for like a couple of $100 per month. I mean, something is very, very, very wrong here. The guy should be a multi-billionaire. Please don't tell me it's him. But on the other hand, like, if it's Jack Swagger, he probably should have, like, you know, looked at his statements. Maybe, you know, I don't know. Like look at this guy. He claims he's made. Let's see. Wait a minute. He doesn't say anything about. I read his claims somewhere. But look at this thing. Private Twitter alerts. Does this guy sound like a billionaire? No, probably not. Wait, how much is his service? Become a Factor member. $347. Hey. Yeah, I don't know. Something is fishy. Something doesn't add up. I don't know. I don't think it's this guy. No, I think Peter Brandt, he claimed like 30%. This here says 58%. All right. A promising junior tennis player in the UK who abandoned his quest for professional sporting career for trading and generated a 9-year track record with an average return of just 9 years on 300%. Yeah, that's how you. This is how you turn a couple of thousand into tens of millions. This is exactly what I did. My average return over the past 7 years is just under 300%. It's actually let's see, how much is it? Since 2013, not including this year, but up until last year, my average annual return was 268%. This is how you turn a few thousand into tens of millions. You have triple-digit percentage return over a period of several years, 5, 10 years. That's how you turn a few thousand into tens of millions. Oh man, I can't wait for this book. Oh man, so exciting. This is like the most exciting book ever. I've never been this excited for a book in my life. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna get that one. I'm like 30 minutes behind reading the chat. Oh my god, there's too many people. Yeah, GSX is setting up for a nice. Oh yeah, GSX. The higher it goes, the better. I took a $16,000 loss on it today, like on half size. But this one is gonna be an insanely good short eventually. Higher it goes, the better. How do you do taxes? Again, go to my about page, please. 30% tax rate in Sweden. What program are my... Oh man. Guys, those of you new here, you haven't read my about page, go to my about page. Why did you decide to teach us folks? It says it on my about page. Exactly, Smiggy. Exactly. Swing trading is also better if you have a regular job. You don't have to sit there and watch the market all the time. Oh, this is also something I'm gonna put in the about page. How do I prep my day? Okay, so I'll put it there. Put it here. That's a very good question. Yeah, very good comment. Yeah. Let's see. Day trade. I'm just trying to edit my about page as I'm talking. Why did you switch from? Yeah. So where is Miggy's comment? Uh, no, wait, whose comment was it? How long would it realistically take to make a million from 100K? Well, it depends on the market, but in a decent market, you know, if you do like 200% per year and after every year you pay some taxes, like, I mean, look, it depends, but 2-3 years if you have the skill and the market is good and if you use good methods. Oh, oh shit, did I delete something? No, I didn't. Whew. Yeah, most of my stock, yeah, relative strength rating on MarketSmith. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's very true. Why do all traders seem to be into cars? So lame. Well, you know, there's two types of traders who are into cars. You're the ones that rent Lambos, take pictures with them so they can sell their trading service. And then there are the ones that make real money trading and buy their dream car. The second category is me. Look, it's only lame if you're not interested in cars. I like to have a nice car. I literally bought my dream car. That's not lame. That's fucking awesome. Wait, is Pradeep in the Market Wizards book? Really? No, wait, no, Pradeep hasn't been trading. Wait, Pradeep? Wow, is he in the Market Wizards book? Really? That's awesome. Yeah, my oh, that's good. Yeah, top 10 trading books. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a good question. That's a good idea, I mean. What do I think about Nat? No. Doesn't have any momentum. You know, it needs to be in a 45-degree angle, right? It needs to be surfing the 10, 20, and or 50 day, right? This doesn't fit it. Like here was a potential setup, right? You had the 45-degree angle, you have some narrow range candles, and you have a breakout, but it wasn't like a super clean setup. This is a pretty decent setup, like this one. You have a big move sideways, and it kind of bounces off the 50-day, builds higher lows for a period. This is like a variation of the setup you should like learn, right? But here, it's absolutely nothing here. No, I pay. No, you don't have to pay U.S. taxes for trading in. No, I pay. You pay taxes where your residence is. What's the capital? Yeah, I'm gonna change that. And also, Oh yeah, tax treaties. Yeah, tax in Sweden. Oh shit! I forgot to get my old car from the. Oh shit, man! I got so excited streaming. Oh, now I don't. What I think of the Porsche 911, I think it looks good, but I would get the Porsche Taycan if I would buy a Porsche. Oh, Pradeep is not in the book? Okay. How much you will be charging for your lessons? Nothing. What made me interested in sharing info and streaming? Go to my about page. Please, guys, you need to read my about page. It's all there. What I learned from Pradeep, the same exact method I'm trying to teach you is what I learned from Pradeep. Hey, guys, those of you who are moderators, I already talked with Du on Facebook, but could you guys write to me on Messenger? I want to create the group with just you three, so we can talk things through. Um, Why do I sell on every pop? Well, not every pop. Like it needs to go up a decent amount. Like, but yeah, but I trail the most of the position usually. But yeah, it's a mental thing. If I'm a member of Pradeep's page, Stock People Biz, yes. Whew. Oh man, fuck! I got carried away with the stream. I should have gone to my car dealership. Fuck. When do they close? I think they close at 6. They close in 19 minutes. God damn it! Ah, I have some stuff I need to get from my old car. Oh man. Yeah, GSX is gonna be a juicy short starting tomorrow. Look at the Celsius thingy. Look at this setup right here. 5-star setup. Memorize it. And here, yesterday too, this thing had a really good setup. Look at how it's just surfing the 20-day perfectly. You know, you gotta scan for those, and I'm probably gonna do a blog post about scanning and, you know, like more specifically what you should, and also like the setup. Kodak, am I still in Kodak? No, I'm probably, yes I am, but I'm probably gonna get stopped out. It looks like it's gonna stop me out. Looks like a lot of the growth stocks are pulling back today, which is good. Well, which is like it's good that I added to my I added a few shorts just to okay, Roku is now losing the 20-day. Like Roku is not looking like I thought it could bounce off the 20 days. So far, it's not able. The Fastly too, it looks really, really weak. Not good. All right, guys. My stops are intentionally taken out. Who cares? You're gonna get stopped out. You know, there's no reason to blame any market makers, and you know, there are no market makers. What broker do I suggest? I use Interactive Brokers and Centerpoint. All right, guys, I'm gonna cut the stream now. Hyvä Suomi, by the way. All right, I'm gonna cut the stream now. Thanks to the moderators for keeping things in shape. You know what? Let's do a fast swing trading school here. So as you know, I recommend you do 3 scans: a 1-month gainer scan, 3-month gainer scan, and a 6-month gainer scan. Let's just do a 6-month gainer scan. Like most of you have smaller accounts, so what I'm gonna do is let's see, if I just do this scan right now, I get 13 stocks. Like these are all mostly large cap stocks, not all of them, and they're very liquid. These are some of the most liquid stocks. But the ADR criteria is only 3.5%. But if I decrease the volume, let's do $10 million. Oh, sorry, wait, I'm gonna cancel it. Let's do $20 million in dollar volume. So I'll change it from 80 million to 20 million. How many scan results do I get? 23. Okay, 23. So let's increase the ADR to 5%. Now it's early in the day, like after it closed, there's probably gonna be, I don't know, 60, 70, 80 results in this. You know what? Let's do it like this. Let's decrease it to 10 million. Just so we can get and increase this to 6%. 27. You know what? I'll decrease it. I'll decrease it to 5 million. Just so we can get a few more results. I wanted like 50 results or something. Okay, 47. So these are the biggest gainers over the past 6 months. So what we're gonna do, this mRNA is kind of breaking down. It's a COVID-19 leading stock. INO is another one. Trying to break down. All right, let's not focus on that. So let's just start in alphabetical order. ACMR. So this is one of the biggest gainers for the past 6 months. Just let's look at setups, okay? Like this was a it's not really that good of a setup. Like it worked in hindsight, but I don't know if it was like it wasn't. If it had gone sideways a few more days, that would have been a good setup. But nah, this was a hard to identify setup. Let's look at more setups. It did have a decent, like this was a good setup right here on this day here. It made a big move, pulled back, went sideways, started building higher lows, and then it had a breakout here. But this breakout didn't have much follow through. You would have sold, you know, after 3 to 5 days, you sell a third to half of your shares, and then you move your stop to break even, and then use the 10-day moving average as your trading stop. So this would have been a small gainer probably, but it didn't really have much follow through. It didn't really have that many good setups. Like this has been a little bit of a choppy one. Yeah, so there are no good setups. Like on some stocks you don't get good setups. They just kind of choppy and they go higher anyways. Like this is a this is like a 5.5 star setup on a 5-star scale. Okay, this is such a good one. Such a good one. Memorize this setup. Makes a big move, goes sideways, surfs the 20-day, and then it kind of loses the 20-day here, but it's still building higher lows. And then you have this tight range that breaks and a high volume breakout. ARCT, another one. I know I've been long this thing this year, but I don't remember when. This is another one. It's kind of tricky. There's kind of no setups on it. Not the type of setups we are looking for. Potentially this would have been a setup. Okay, this would have been a setup. Okay, this would have been a setup. It makes a big move, surfs the 10-day, builds higher lows, takes out this range, and it has a narrow candle before the breakout day, and then breaks out on high volume. It closes kind of weak, but it does have some follow through. But it wouldn't have been a big winner. Blink. This could have been a potential setup. Not really that good, but yeah. But it is setting up. In maybe 2-3 days, if we can go sideways a bit more, let the 10-day catch up, there could be a setup on this one. Car. This is another one. There's really no good setups on this thing. Okay, there's a potential setup here. So what this thing does is makes a big move, pulls back, and it kind of goes sideways for a couple of months. And as you've been you know what? Let's look at this thing on the swing trading school setup, because there's only 3 moving averages. These are the only indicators you should be using. So this is what it does is it kind of starts building higher lows. It gets tights in a range, and it bounces. This is the first bounce of the 50-day moving average. It undercuts it, builds a range, tight range, and then it has a breakout day. So this is a potential setup. Like anytime you have a clean bounce of one of these 3 moving averages, that's a nice thing. Car. Let's do CBay. Another one. Not really any setups here. This thing just moves in gaps. CDE. No, I don't see any good setups on this one. CellH. This one has a couple of good setups. Like one is right here on this day here. Makes a big move, surfs on the 10 and 20-day moving averages, starts building higher lows of the 20, takes out this tight range. This is a nice little high tight flag. And then there is a potential setup here. Like this is a 5-star setup. This would be maybe a 3-star setup. I would have preferred a few more days of sideways. But it keeps building these higher lows, has 2 tight candles, and then it has a breakout day here. And then there's actually a good setup here. This is like, I would recommend everyone put earnings somewhere on their charts, next earnings. You do edit toolbar, right click, edit toolbar, and then you click the plus icon, and then you look at next earnings and you add it. And I would recommend you never buy stocks like, let's say, within 3 days of earnings or within a couple of days of earnings. Like, this is a very good looking setup. This is like a 4.5-star setup. Look at how cleanly it bounces off the 20-day, and then it has this tight range here. Just keeps building higher lows. This is a very good setup, but it's a day before earnings. You shouldn't have bought it. But it's a good setup, right? If it hadn't reported earnings this day, you should have bought it. CLSK, another one. It this is a maybe setup. Makes a big move, pulls back, goes sideways, starts building higher lows of the 10-day and has a range here, and then it has a breakout. So that's, it's actually a pretty decent setup. I would have preferred if this day had been a tight range day instead of a wide range day. But it was a decent setup. Codex. Now this one has several perfect setups. Several of them I've traded, like this down here. This is a 6-star setup of a 5-star. Oh, goddamn, TC2000 is sometimes really annoying. This is a really good setup. Makes a big move. It is kind of choppy in this range, but it gets tighter and tighter. Builds higher lows, goes from surfing the 10-day moving average to surfing the 20. Builds higher lows, has this range that gets tighter and tighter, has a really narrow range day the day before breakout, and then it breaks out on high volume. That's that's such a perfect setup. Then it has another good one here. It's a little like it has this one I traded too. I would have preferred if this was a tight range day, but sometimes it's like a high tide flag. Makes a big move. Bounces off the 50-day. Look at how it surfs the 50-day. Then it starts surfing the 10 and 20-day. Builds higher lows as this clean range. It's a variation. So there are like different variations of the setup I'm trying to teach you. This is another one. I traded this one. Unfortunately, I didn't follow my own sell rules. I got stopped out on this day here. Even though I shouldn't have. I anticipated that it would go lower, so I sold it a bit too early. But I rebought it on this day, on stream. This is the day when I chased the chase. Those of you who were in the chat that day, you remember. And yeah, I'm still in it. And now I'm pretty much waiting for this thing to close below the 10-day moving average to sell the rest. I still have like a third of my shares or a quarter of my shares or something like that. I sold most of them into strength. It made a big move, 50% in a couple of weeks. Carvana, let's see. I need to get back to my own trading. RCL, yeah, cruise lines and airlines they just keep going higher. Carvana had several, or at least 2 really good setups. One was here. Again, big move. Surfs the 20-day, starts getting tighter and tighter, builds a range, higher lows, gets 3 tight range candles, and then a breakout. And look at this thing. This makes a huge move, to 300% move, and then it breaks out. You want to be in the fastest moving stocks. Okay. Someone mentioned Ericsson. Okay. This is shit. Okay. This is shit. If this was a high ADR stock, that would have been a good setup, but it doesn't matter how nice it looks. If it's a low ADR stock, it's shit. You shouldn't be trading this thing. You should never trade shit. Low ADR is equal to shit. High ADR is equal to gold. And here's another good setup. It's just the same theme, like a big move, pullback or sideways consolidation, and then the stock starts finding support and starts surfing one of the moving averages. It could be the 10-day, could be the 20-day, could be the 50-day, and many times it's a combination of 2 of them, like usually the 10 and 20. And then it gets tighter, and then it breaks out of that range. It's just the same theme over and over. This is how stocks move, okay? this is how stocks have moved over the past 100 years. Okay, you can go back and look at charts from the 20s, from the 50s, from the 80s, from the 90s. This is how stocks move. Okay, you do the same thing over and over again. You just need to memorize these patterns. CWH, this one had a, I guess, an okay setup here. I would have preferred maybe a bit more sideways. It wasn't really that obvious of a setup, but it surfed the 20-day nicely. It had a nice, started building a range here. But yeah, I would have preferred a bit more sideways. It wasn't that clean. It was a Caesar. Here I see a really good setup back in April. This is a good setup. This thing makes a big move. Okay, it goes up it goes up more than 200%. Pulls back, finds support on the rising 20-day, builds a tight range, and then it has a high volume breakout. This is like a 5-star setup. Memorize this. This is where millions are made, guys. And then you can just use the trailing 10-day moving average. Like, okay, so I know I advocate like sell 1/3 to half after 3 to 5 days, and then move your stop to break even, and then sell the rest once you get the first close below the 10-day. But there are, like, sometimes the stock can close below the 10-day, but you can still keep it. And I'll show you the example of when. Like, this is a good example. So you would have sold 1/3 to half on any of these days here. And then, like on this day, closed above the 10-day. Next day, or actually you would have gotten stopped out of it. Never mind, it wasn't a good example. I'll try to find. Forget what I said. I'll try to find a better example. I don't see any good setups on this thing. XPI, like this one already marked it. Like I've told this one, very good setup. This one too, very good setup. Fastly, 5-star setup right here. Fiverr, you had a great setup here. Or this was like a decent setup. You had a great setup. This is a 5-star setup. And then you had the okay setup here. HL, there was a decent setup on it last week right here. IBIO is a bit tricky. Like there was a good setup here. Like this stock actually broke out late day. It gapped up and then it went sideways for most of the day. You can see it on the 60-minute chart. This thing didn't take like the 258 was the highs of the day until late day when it broke out on high volume. So 258. Like this was a decent setup. Actually, it was a better setup here. This is a good setup right here. But there was a secondary setup here before it made this big move. IDEX, yeah, there could have been a setup here before it made a big move. INO had some good setups. I know I did trade it on this day here when it took out the highs of the day, late day, but it's a variation of a setup. Here was a really good setup, but it didn't have any follow through. Here was a really good setup. Look at this thing. Makes a big move, pulls back, finds support on the 20-day, builds higher lows and has this tight range, and then it breaks out. 5-star setup. And then here, here was also a setup. The first bounce of the 50-day. Builds some tight candles, and then it has a breakout candle from that range. Again, you need to find a stock that makes a big move, then pulls back and or goes sideways for a while, finds support on either the 10, the 20, or the 50-day moving averages, bounce and starts either building higher lows like here, or has like an undercut and reclaim, like here, and then breaks out of a tight multi-day or multi-week range. Like it's the same setup, a variation of that setup over and over again. Here, like here was a maybe setup. I would have preferred maybe a bit more sideways. Kodak, also upstairs. Livongo had many. I've traded this thing. This thing has been one of my biggest winners this year. Here was a good setup. Here was a good setup. Like here was a good setup, but it would have stopped you out the next day. And that's exactly what happened to me. And here was an okay setup. Wasn't. But here, this was a really good setup, and I traded this one. And there was also a really good setup right here. Let's see now, things are triggering. What's triggering? SPG, RCL. I'm intrigued by this SPG. Just coming out of a low range. They had some news with Amazon. They have earnings after hours, but I don't think it matters, to be honest. This is another type of trade. You shouldn't, do this trade. It's just a variation of things I do. Uh, 66. Oh shit. I just bought 31,000 shares of this thing. But again, this thing could gap down to $60 after hours. They have earnings. But I'm thinking all of these like bottom stocks are going. Oil, gas names, cruise lines, airlines. Like this is just like sector momentum. And this thing, like on the weekly chart, it looks pretty good. I mean, building higher lows and has this tight range. Again, this is not what I'm trying to teach you. It's just a variation of the same thing. But you should focus on the ones that bounce off the 10, 20, 50. Mara, not really nothing here. Mark had a really good setup right here. Really good setup. MCRB. Oh shit, what a big move. Wow, this thing is up 600% today. Holy shit. MIK. Okay, here it had a pretty decent setup. Or not an okay setup, I guess, here. It was a bit sluggish. But, this is an okay setup. Matador. No. NLS had several good setups right here, and right here. These are really good setups. NVAX had a perfect setup right here. And if you would have followed the sell rules, you would have sold a third to half of your shares on one of these days here, and you would still be in the stock. Okay, you would be up 260% on the rest of your position. The other half or 2/3, because it hasn't closed below the 10-day since. And this is why I'd advocate, trailing some of your shares on the 10-day, because sometimes you can catch something like this, and these things are really gonna add to the bottom line in your accounts. You catch a few of these now and then, oh man. These are the ones that are gonna grow your accounts exponentially. OPK, this one I almost traded. I didn't pull the trigger. It wasn't that clean of a setup. It was a bit choppy, but it was kind of, surfing the 20-day. Then it started kind of surfing the 50-day. It built higher lows for several months, and then it started getting tighter. And this is a COVID-19 stock. So when you have a sector momentum, like if it's a leading sector, the setup doesn't have to be like really, really good. It's okay if it's like a 3.5, 4-star setup. It still counts like a 5-star setup, because if everything is running in a sector, there's increased probability of success. So this was a pretty decent setup. If you put it in context that it's you know, the strongest stock sector in the stock market for the past 3-4 months. Here's another. This is a 5-star setup. This is like a really perfect setup. And now it's going sideways. Like it had a good setup here too a couple of days ago. Looks like, you know, so far it hasn't had much follow through. But in a few days, when the 20-day catches up, it's building higher lows, has a range here. This could be a setup, you know, later this week. Overstock, this thing had some really good setups along the way. This is a really good setup, and this is a really good setup. And you would still be in it because it hasn't closed. If you bought it here, you would still be in it because it hasn't closed below the 10-day moving averages. I'm telling you, you catch some, you catch some of these moves. You know, this thing's up 300% from this trigger right here. 300%. You catch these kinds of trades now and then. These are the ones that are gonna grow your accounts. Penn had a really good setup here. Unfortunately, didn't have much follow through. Then it had a good setup here too, but it, you know, it would have stopped you out. And here it was kind of a decent setup. Like what it did, you know, made a big move, went sideways, bounced off the 50-day, built higher lows off the 50-day, and then it kind of gapped up and took out this big range here. So it's not as obvious of a setup, but there is a setup here. But it may not have been that clean of a setup. And there was like a secondary setup here, but that would have stopped you out because, you know, this stay here, it would have stopped you out. Plug, really good setup right here. Like sometimes, you know, stocks gap up over their like entry, but you can still have a tight stop on it if you do it like opening range highs. If you are, you know, ready to buy opening range highs. PRTY, I really don't see any good setups here. PVAC. No, I don't really see any good setups here. Redfin. Maybe, yeah, this one was, yeah, this here could be like an okay setup. Not really that obvious, but. And then here too wasn't like, you know, maybe setup. You know, it just, you know, built higher lows, and then it had like 4 tight candles and took out this range. But these are not like perfect setups. RSC, no, it's not really, it's a sluggish one. Run had a decent setup here. I would have preferred a few more days of sideways personally, but you know. You got a clean bounce of the rising 20-day. This is like a big momentum leader. SRNE, well, this one I'm in. I traded it here. I traded it here. On this entry here, I unfortunately didn't follow my sell rules. And it wasn't a 5-star setup. It was more of a sluggish name. It had been gone sideways for a bit too long. But here, this is a 5-star setup. I'm still in it like quarter or fifth of my shares. It's a double now from entry. Like this is a perfect looking setup. You know, higher lows, keeps surfing the 20-day, and then it starts getting really tight and has a breakout day. SVM now. Like this was a decent setup, and here was a good setup. TRVN has always been a choppy one. TTO, well, this is actually a pretty decent setup. If you were ready to buy it opening range highs. Now there's no entry here. But this is a pretty decent one. Momentum leader, high ADR, surfing the rising 20-day, and you know, had this tight range, and now it's breaking out on high volume. But the entry was like sub 180, definitely sub 185 was the entry. The average true range on this thing is 16 cents. Lows of the day is 172. So your entry was no higher than, let's see, 188. No higher than 188 should have been your entry. Because one of my rules is that the stop shouldn't be higher than the average true range. And yes, I put the ATR back on my charts because, you know, I kind of, it's easier, you know, just look at the ATR versus the ADR if you want to, when you're going to put your stops. UAVS had a maybe entry on Friday. VSLR, this is exactly at run. They, like I think run bought VSLR, so they trade exactly the same. VXRT, it's potentially starting to build a setup here. Building higher lows, it's starting to build a tight range. It's not an obvious setup here, but maybe in a few days. It's a very high average ADR stock, 14.2%. Workhorse. I'm stalking this thing. It's still building higher lows and has a range here. I was on it on this thing on this day here twice. I got stopped out twice. I lost 200K on it. Then I rebought it on this day here, and now I kind of sold it for a small loss on Friday. And today it's just fighting on the, you know, it's trying to put in another higher low potentially. If it can build like close, like in the high 16s, that would be a really good sign for tomorrow. But it could as easily break down and go back to the 50-day too. But if it can close strong, that would be a good sign for tomorrow. WTRH, I really don't see any good setups in this thing. Maybe here, maybe. It kind of lost the momentum, like it went sideways for a long time. But it did break out of this long range on volume, so it could have been a maybe setup. And PRTS, this one we looked at on stream the day it broke out. Someone mentioned it several days before. This is like a 7-star setup on a 5-star scale. This is like a big move, goes sideways, builds a tight range, and look at how tight it gets. Look at this thing, it breaks out, and boom. This is like a 7-star setup on a 5-star scale. Memorize this. This is the basic principle we're trying to, like, stocks move like stairs, right? You get a leg higher, sideways, leg higher, sideways. You get another step higher, sideways, step higher, sideways. So we are trying to identify the areas when the next step higher could be formed. Tight areas. We're looking for tight areas so we can get a tight stop, so we can get a good risk reward. This is how stocks move. Like, not like this one is kind of a perfect one. Most are not perfect, but this is the basic principle. This is how stocks have moved in 100 years, and there's no reason they shouldn't stop moving like this just because you're getting started in trading. All right, enough of swing trading school for today. Wow, NVAX. This thing wants to go to that 250. Jesus Christ. What a relentless stock. Unbelievable. Tesla took out Friday's lows. So now it's on kind of backside. This moving out, it came out of this range, broke below this range, and now these moving average, the 10, 20, and 65 EMA are gonna act as resistance areas. So every time it rallies back into these moving averages, it's supposed to sell off. And if it doesn't, if it starts reclaiming, that's when you cover. But this thing could very easily pull back to $1,000 if we start get a decent pullback. I'm short 3,900 shares. Wait, am I? Yeah, 3,900 shares. 4.5. That's $5.5 million position. So that's my biggest position by far. Overstock. Overstock is kinda building lower highs and higher lows. It's building a range on the 60-minute chart. Like, you know, if it breaks out of this range, I'm gonna cover, and if it starts breaking below this range, hopefully we get a few more candles in this range. And if it starts breaking below, I'll add more to my short. I think this thing could easily pull back another 20-30% from here. All right. Oh man, there's so many people who have written stuff in the chat. Sorry guys, I'm just not gonna read the chat. Go back 30 minutes. I'm just not gonna do that. Too many people are writing a lot of stuff. Let's see here. INSG. No. Jumia. My buys and sells. I bought it on this day, sold a bunch on the way up, and I sold my last shares when it went red on this day here. Just because it got really extended. You know, this thing was like 60% above the 10-day moving average. So I didn't even wanna. I wasn't gonna trail it on the 10-day. You know, that's something I do often. I just, you know, when I feel a stock gets really extended, I'm not even gonna trail it on the moving averages. So a lot of that times that's a mistake, and may have been a mistake this time too. AG. Not today. Maybe in a couple of days. No. Yeah, no, INSG is just, you know, there's no momentum here. Where's the momentum? It's not a clean setup. You need to look at the 10, and it's just been in a choppy range. It's not a good setup. NCPHY. What? MPCHY. No, what? MCPH. You know what? Fuck French stocks. Let's keep the American stocks. I can't. Fuck these OTC tickers. Beely, no, not yet. Yeah, Beely's. For now, it's done. Let's see how it acts on the 50-day. Right now, it has the potential to build another higher low off the 50-day, and in this case, if it reclaims the 50-day, we could get a good setup in the next few days. But right now, yeah, we'll see. Actually racist? Actually not racist. TTD. TTD had a 5-star setup here where we bought it, or at least I did. I knew some other people did too. Right now, there's nothing here. You don't have to pay extra taxes. It's an OTC stock. It's a French OTC stock. I just got, you know, I couldn't get the ticker. I hate OTC tickers. They're like usually like MCPHY, like 5-letter tickers, and they're just weird. You know, I couldn't get the ticker through. GWN, let's see. No. FLGT. What's FLGT? No, not yet. TFFP. Maybe on Friday. Maybe set up on Friday, but ACAM. No. ADR 2.3%. No. Just no. Stick to the stocks that have ADRs of, you know, 5-6% or more. UCTT. Maybe. There's a maybe setup developing. Maybe. I don't care if a company has massive insider buys. Like, I'm not an investor, I'm a trader. I don't care about the insider buys or insider sells. Look at something like mRNA. This thing had massive insider sales since, like, I don't know, March, April. Yet the stock is up, 100, 200% since. Like, for a trader, it doesn't matter. If a stock has momentum, the odds are it's gonna keep going up forever. And if a stock that doesn't have momentum has massive insider sales, buys, look, if you like it fundamentally, buy it as an investment, but it's probably not a good trading stock or setup. No, I usually don't consider early entries. Wuba and wins. Nah, if it starts breaking about this 30 area on big volume, yeah, maybe, but yeah. Wuba is a buyout. This is not a setup, it's a buyout. DFS, it's not really that great of a setup. DFS had a really good setup here. This is a 5-star setup. Gonna show you guys. This is a really good setup. Oh man, this is just an incredible setup. Makes a big move. And then it pulls back, finds support on rising 20-day, reclaims, starts riding it, builds higher lows, and then it has this big tight range. And then it gaps up on volume. Opening range highs on this day. That's the entry. Look at the move. Look at this thing. Boom. Plus 55% in like a couple of weeks. It's a really good setup. I'm just trying to go back a bit in chat. ONTX is building a setup here. Maybe if it breaks out tomorrow or in a few days, that could be good. Nail, yeah, ADR, yeah, absolutely. Like ETFs, the same principle, the same patterns apply. High ADR, high momentum, and it's the same patterns. Like, this is actually a good setup. If you had scanned for these things, like ETFs, you can apply the same scans for ETFs. Yeah, this is a good setup. If you were early in the like high 44s, low 45s, that was the entry. This thing could easily go to 60 plus. RDHL, where's the setup here? Come on, guys. Where's the setup? It's just a random stock that's been up several days in a row. What are we looking at here? Lazy? It's a maybe setup. Like, opening range highs were in like low 14s. It's an maybe setup. It had a very good setup here and here. Like, this is a maybe setup if you were early on it. Now it's not a buy here, but ONTX. There are no earnings on this thing. It's a no revenue biotech. But the earnings, yeah, they report in 2 days. But these no revenue biotechs, sometimes they report data on their earnings. So that could be a risk, but this thing has no earnings, but they could maybe report data, and if it's bad data, it's gonna be down 70% overnight. Yeah, whoa, look at this. Ultra liquid stock. Only the ones who have like tiny accounts should trade this thing. This is a 5-star setup. Who posted this? Wallenstam? You get a gold star. Wallenstam is gonna be a future millionaire. There you go. This is a very good looking setup. This is a really good looking setup. Look how beautifully it's surfing the 20-day, building higher lows, and it's tight range. This is a really good setup. Yeah, but I can't MCPHY. I can't get it. Like, there's no such stock in TC2000. MCPHY. There's no such stock. That's why I got pissed off. That's why I said fuck French stocks. No, that's why I said like only the people with tiny accounts should be trading this thing. Like if you have a really tiny account, let's say less than 10, 15K. Yeah, guys, just mention American stocks or stocks that are on pink sheets. Like let's just focus on stocks most of us actually can trade. And that I can actually get a chart of RPay. No, it's too choppy. It's too choppy. It look at like it was trending nicely. Okay, it was trending nicely, but then it kind of lost the momentum. It's just lost the 50-day. It's like it's not a good setup here. It got sluggish. It should firmly hold above the 10, 20, or the 50-day, but it kind of broke down and now it bounced back and now it's just, there's nothing there. VSLR, there's nothing here today. Here was a decent setup. Let's see, TTD is right on the 10-day. Hopefully it can bounce here. But if it closes below, I may sell. I don't know. I haven't decided if I'm gonna use the 10 or 20. Like, I use both the 10 and 20 as my trailing stops. Sometimes I use the 10, sometimes the 20, depends on the stock. But you should always use the 10. It's just easier. Codex may stop me out today. It looks like it may close below the 10-day. Peloton, my entry is way lower, but if it closes below the 10-day, I'll get out. Oh, LRN. This one reports tomorrow. Question is it pre-market or after hours? After hours tomorrow. Okay. I'm gonna move my stop aggressively on this thing. Because, this thing is gonna report after hours tomorrow, so it could easily gap down to 45 or 40 or something. So I'm probably gonna, unless it closes really strong, like goes to 55 plus tomorrow, I'm gonna sell a lot of shares before the earnings. I don't want to risk a big gap down or something. Wow, SRNE, Jesus Christ. Sometimes, sometimes you're gonna catch a beast. Like, these are the trades I live for. It looks like a regular trade. It looks like, maybe it can go to 10, 11 bucks, right? And then it goes, then it doubles, right? And maybe it even triples. These are the trades. Like, I'm addicted to trades like these. Like, it's a great feeling when you catch something like this. It's just an awesome feeling. Those are the trades I live for. I'm gonna do one more scan and I'm gonna cut the stream. I need to eat something. Again, TTO was a decent setup if you caught it opening range highs. What the hell is this? Some random pump stock. Yeah, a lot of these beaten down, like oil, gas names, airlines. These are the sectors that are moving today. Cruise lines. some reads like what's this? All right. CRVS. Nah, not really. Nah, it kind of lost the momentum. Now it's just sideways. It needs another PR or something to move. HSIC. Nah, yeah, nah, I don't know. Nah, not really. If it can go sideways a few more days. AVNW. You know what? Right now it looks like it's weakening, but if it doesn't weaken, like if it, you know, it's still building higher lows. If it holds these higher lows and starts breaking out the next few days, it could be a good setup. This is actually a pretty good one if it breaks out. You have to wait for it to break out. It's a very low volume stock. Like unless everyone with more than 50K in their accounts should probably not trade this thing. But if you have a tiny account, this could be a good one. AVGR? No, not really. Maybe it can go sideways another 2-3 days, maybe then. What I think of stock tweets, I don't know. I never really used it. I don't care. I don't. It's like Twitter. It's just like stock tweets is just a bunch of clueless people tweeting about stocks. It's a big waste of time. Focus on setups. If you focus on setups, in a few years you will make more money than the whole of stock tweets combined. LPCM. No, not really. Look, stock tweets, I don't want to say that like they're dumbest of the dumb, but it's just a bunch of clueless people who have, they're just pumping their favorite stocks. They have no idea what they're doing. And then if you're like negative on something, if you mention a stock in any negative way, you're gonna have a horde of crazy maniacs attacking you. It's just a bunch of trolls. Just avoid it. There's no value in stock tweets. I don't think there's any value in it. Okay, guys, I'm gonna cut the stream now. Thanks for joining. I hope you got some value out of the stream. Don't forget to study setups on your own. It's all about looking at big winning stocks and looking at recurring patterns. Okay, maybe you will find patterns that I don't see. Like you find a pattern that I haven't noticed, and if you can build a trading method around it, you're gonna make a lot of money. It's all about exploiting the same patterns same patterns occur over and over again, right? It's all about identifying those patterns. It looks like this Kumu is breaking out. This is a 5-star setup. It really is. Like you can risk like 20 cents on it to make $1, $2. Really good setup. Yeah, I know. Like, yeah, guys, we've been over it. Kumu is a very. I said it. Like, if you have a big, like, if you have a tiny account, Kumu is, you can trade Kumu. If you have but only if you're like a $10,000-$20,000 account. If you have a bigger account than that, ignore it. It's too liquid. It is very liquid. Only for those with very small accounts. All right, guys. I'm gonna cut the stream now. Happy trading. Don't forget to put in, instead of, trading like crazy maniacs the rest of the day, unless you're a day trader, you shouldn't do it. What you should do is study setups. That's what you should do. Rest of the day should be spent studying setups. Okay, good luck, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining. Good morning. Good morning, guys. Wait, IGC. Is it a cannabis stock now? Didn't this used to be a crypto stock? No, never mind, never mind. This has always been a cannabis stock. Oh yeah, no, back here it was a crypto pump back in early 2017. All right. I had 3,000 shares of Tesla yesterday at the close. I covered 2,000 of them on the split news, but I'm still short 1,000 shares. And yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about Tesla later. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning to everyone except the people who trade real money. Any opinion on Square and Fiverr? Square probably needs a few weeks to set up. Fiverr, same thing here. I'm short Fiverr since this day here. I still have like half of my short. I'm thinking this thing could pull back to mid-low 80s over the next few weeks. But this one too, in a couple of weeks, maybe we will get a good long setup in it. Right now, I think it's probably gonna go lower. I also updated the FAQ with my favorite trading books, with the top trading related books. FAQ. Let's see. Grow. Maybe. It would be better if it went sideways a few more days. MIK. This thing is not a no. It's not a momentum leader. It's kind of sluggish, right? It had a good move here, but like the past few months, like it's been very sluggish. And well, yeah, no, I don't think it's a good one. Have you ever been on a boot camp at Stockby? No. Ollie? Mm, it's a slow name, slow mover. ADR 3.6. Don't trade this one. The setup is okay, I guess, but it's just a slow mover. The XRT. No, it's not failing. Just digesting the move. Look at it's just finding support on the rising 20 EMA. It just had a random pump midday. I don't know why. If they had news or something. Because the thing is, it was way down on the day. It was down like 6% on the day, and then it had this big reversal midday. MXIM. It's a buyout candidate. I don't know. You have to read up on it. This thing may be tight just because it's a buyout thingy. I don't know if it was just rumors or if there's a real deal here. Gotta do some more research. But in either case, the ADR is 2.1. I avoid. Guys, you give me a lot of stocks with low ADRs. You should check my past swing trading schools. I've uploaded them since last week. Just go to my YouTube, and I usually, written in a headline when it's usually like it lasts like 30 to 60 minutes is the swing trading school. You gotta put the ADR in your scans. I get it, like 30% of the stocks I get are these low ADR stocks. Missed? No. Buy setup on CRSB. It's setting up. I don't think it's right there yet, but yeah, it may be setting up for like next week or so. Yeah, that's something I'm watching. Like Tesla is my main watch today. Probably my only watch, to be honest. I really don't see much right now. I think the market is in a choppy period. Like we are hanging out near the highs, but I just see a lot of. I just don't see much exciting. I don't see many good setups. I think we need need a couple of weeks for things to start setting up again, and we may finally maybe start getting some pullback. I went short TQQ yesterday, 10,000 shares, in case we get a deeper pullback, maybe back to like low hundreds or something. But anyways, Tesla. Like, obviously it's gapping up on the stock split news, but it's gapping up. Do you see where it's gapping up? It's gapping up into that declining 65 EMA. Like if it starts getting rejected, like taking out opening range lows and stuff like that, I'm gonna add back those 2,000 shares I covered. I'm still short 1,000, but I'll add back those 2,000 shares and maybe even add more. Like if it sells off on this news, like it's gapping right into the lower end of this big base, this mid-high 1400 area. Let's look at the pre-market data. It hit as high as 1490, and I covered those 2,000 shares, unfortunately near the highs, like 1487 or something. But this thing could have been 1515 pre-market, so you never know. Anywho, that's where you just gotta, obey your stops, no matter what. So yeah, I'm watching this thing. Other than that, not really much going on. Covered some overstock. I covered some into weakness yesterday near the open. Then it had a big bounce. It bounced 20%, and then it started building lower highs. It put in a lower high on the 60-minute chart, and then intraday start building lower highs and had a range break here in the low 97s. That's where I added another like 8,000 shares or something, and those I've covered late day and pre-market. So I'm down to my core, which is, well, I'm not entirely down to my core. I have more than a core, but I'm still short 29,000 shares. I think this thing goes back to $70 minimum, probably $60 over the next few weeks. NVAX, this one I shorted yesterday. Opening range. Yeah, I didn't stream yesterday, right? Yeah, that was yesterday. Yeah, I was trading from my car. I had a dentist appointment. It was like a specialist thingy with a special like X-ray camera thingy that spinned around my head. And I couldn't get home in time due to traffic, and I wasn't even planning getting home, but there was just an insane amount of traffic, so I had to like stop on the road. Um, let's see. So NVAX shorted opening range lows. Then I added late day when it got rejected of the declining 10-day move 10 EMA. I added more in like 163s. So I'm short 11,800 shares. Fiverr is still weak, kind of building lower highs, and ZS is right on the 50-day. Let's see if it closes below the 50-day. I'm getting out of it. W. Now this one, like literally here, is when I bought it. Okay. And there was some guy on YouTube or Twitter, I don't remember. Like, it's just hilarious. I'm trying to make a point here, okay? So no, it doesn't matter how much you hate the stock or a company, okay? If there's a good setup on it, like if there's a 5-star setup on it, you have to buy it, okay? So literally, like I bought it this day and I uploaded it on YouTube, the video, and the guy saw it and he's like, hey, I see your long W. You should stop trading right now. And the stock goes up 42% in the next, what, 7, 8, 9 sessions. And this is literally the strongest stock in the markets right now. Except for these, random micro-cap pumps. But, if you look at the real stocks, the like mid and large caps, this is the strongest stock out there. It literally hit all-time highs yesterday. It bounced off the rising 10-day perfectly and hit, it straight up hit all-time highs. Like, the point is, it doesn't matter what your opinion is. Like, your opinion is shit. It doesn't matter. I don't care who you are. And the less money you made in the markets, the more shit your opinion is. Like, my opinion is shit. That's why I trade setups. Like, I've been wrong on so many things, and yet I've still made money on them because I trade the setups. Okay, with that being said, it's not really, again, there's just not many things I see. Like Pinterest could be interesting maybe for next week or the week after. It's holding really well after earnings, had a very high volume day, 112 million almost shares. This is a large cap name. I know they have been, a lot of call buying lately. And, it's just, the 10 and 20 days are moving averages are, the 10-day has caught up, and maybe, next week or so, or the 20-day will be catch up, and then we may have a good setup on this thing. I'm long a few shares. I've sold like a third so far. I had 30,000 shares, I think. I have 20,000 left. But I'll double, triple that position on a good setup. Yeah, I just, there's just not much going on today. Today is a day you manage positions. Just literally no good setups anywhere. mRNA gapping up into the higher end of the space. It looks like it may be getting rejected off the 20-day here. It's building on a base. It bounced off the 50-day yesterday, so it's building a range here. LRN, this one I bought on this day, and then I got stopped out on this day here. And no, it looks like it's gapping up slightly on earnings. XP had some earnings. Not really a great setup. Yeah, and Shumia is gapping down a shitload on shit earnings. The pump is failing. All right, that's that. I really don't see much to do here today. FUV Tiger, no. FUV had a good setup here. Where's the good setup here? Like what? I mean, this looks nothing like the setup I'm trying to teach you. Here was a good setup. This was a 5-star setup. Okay? If you got it in the like 620s or 630s. But now, like, where's the setup? Tiger? Tiger looks better. Tiger actually looks pretty decent. Looks pretty decent. I would prefer, yeah, it looks pretty decent, like a 4-star setup. Sold BA? What do you mean sold BA? I haven't been long this thing. PRPL? No, not yet. It had a setup here. This is a 5-star setup, okay? And now it probably needs, maybe next week. This is a good setup. Memorize that. Here's another good setup. You see this? You put these in your pattern databases. Takes could be, like, if it takes out opening range lows, could be a short in it, but it's too thin for me. I'm not gonna trade it. It's way too thin for me. Voxel, it's just a pump. It's a Samsung pump. They've been trying to. They're pretty much like a, you know, they sell like Samsung products and they trying to make it look like they have a partnership with Samsung. It's just all a fraud. You know, obviously Robin Hooders, they believe that shit and they're buying it, but you know. LPSN, no. Maybe next week. Nugget. Overstock, relative strength. But it's nowhere close to the 20. There's no relative strength here. It's gapping down a shitload. Where's the relative strength? Like, the markets are gapping up quite a bit. Overstock is gapping down. If anything, has relative weakness. All right, let's see. Markets open up in 1 second, and let's go. Again, I'm only watching Tesla pretty much. I took a starter, or added to my existing short, a small starter, 1,300 shares. You know what? I'll add more. I shorted 2,600 shares of Tesla. I'm anticipating a sell the news here, but you know, I may be dead wrong. It's a very tight stop. That's the great thing about Tesla. You can have some really tight stops. I added a little bit to my NVAX short. This thing has enormous downside. Like, the 50-day moving average is almost 30% lower. So I added a couple of thousand shares short. I added like 3,500 shares short. Opening range lows. Okay, Tesla, so far, nice follow through on the opening range lows short. This NVAX could really, you know, this thing could easily go down another 30%. Like, this thing is up, or was up 4,200%. It's still up like 3,100% from January, since January. A 50-day pullback would just be healthy price action. This XP is breaking out with earnings, like the setup coming here in today. Like it was, if it was a regular breakout, you know, it wouldn't have been that good. But considering it had earnings, it could be a setup. Like he had a better setup here, but it could be a setup, like a 3.5 star. But right now the markets are a little bit, you know, breakouts haven't had much follow through the past couple of weeks, so. Something to take into consideration. No, TC2000 is just shorting. The low win rate? Wait, for 2019? 2019, it was an incredible momentum market. 2019 was an incredible year for breakouts. Like the first 4 or 5 months and the last 2 months were just incredible. Wow, NVAX is straight down. Nice, nice, nice. covered a tiny bit of NVAX. Onvo and VFF. Onvo, no, it's not a momentum leader. You can clearly see how choppy this thing is. Like, it doesn't have a clean trend. It's a very choppy stock. VFF, no, same thing. It's really not a clean stock. It's kind of choppy, especially for a micro cap. No, avoid. Yeah, Spotify bounced perfectly off the 50-day. And now it's back into this base here, 265 area. Redfin long, no. You need tightness. Like here it was a good setup, okay? This is not. Look at how wide it's been, you know. You need tightness before the breakout, not wide action. Guys, every year is an incredible amount to make money. Every year there's incredible opportunities to make money. There's no, as a short-term trader, like either if you're a day trader or a swing trader, you know, you really have no excuse to make less than 100% per year, no matter what year. Like if you're shorter term. I'm not that short term anymore, but if you combine, you know, there's just no excuse. Yeah, well, NVAX today was just the ad spot. Like I'm short way higher from yesterday, but yeah, it's a nice one. I've covered most of the ads. Melee, no, probably needs a few. It need maybe next week. It needs to build a base here. NVAX has still like 20% of downside in my opinion, easily. It's still way off. Like I only covered the ads. I still have all the shares from yesterday. Overstock too. I don't think there's any support on it until like the rising 20-day. Like there could be an ad spot if it takes out lows of the day, to be honest. It could be an ad spot there. Hopefully it loses the lows of the day like later in the day and has a big, you know, $7 fade or something. That would be nice. Pinterest, look at how nice it undercut the 10-day and now it's reclaiming. This is very bullish price action. On a 60-minute chart, it hit the rising 65 EMA and right back into range. This is very bullish action on Pinterest. I think next week we may have a really nice buying opportunity on it. This thing may want to go to 50 or something. 50 plus. Oh, GSX, nice. I'm gonna cover some more GSX into this little flush here. Yeah, but where's the setup on NIO? Crocs? Nah, nah, I don't really like it. It's a Shopee name. MCRB episodic pivot? Nah, I don't need. It's just it's a biotech name. These are very very random. Like I don't know. Like I know it has good data, but maybe we get a setup on it, next week or the week after. Net. What are we looking at here? Does it look anything like the setup I'm trying to teach you? Yeah, it bounced off the 50, but where's the setup? SHLL. Yeah, I'm watching. It's kind of surfing the 50-day, but this is a pump stock. It's not really an institutional quality name. If it gets a pump on or PR, if it starts taking out that high 20 area, yeah, maybe. Chumia, what happened? Reality hit. What about severe? Yeah, you know what? This could be a good one. I think yeah, it could be a good one. Especially if it starts breaking out in the next few days. Guys, BAC, I don't even have to pull it up. Like I already know it has a low ADR, and like where's the setup on it? It's just a random, very slow stock that's been going up for the past 2 weeks. Where's the setup on it? Guys, you need to watch and re-watch the short schools I've been putting up, and then you need to re-watch them again. Like it's a very specific setup, okay? Like a lot of the stocks you mentioned, just are random stocks that have, made some random moves. Again, like Maxru had a decent setup here. Where's the setup here? It's just a random stock that went up after it broke out of a nice little, with a nice setup. You need to be on this thing here, not here. This is where you need to be on it. Nicola? Again, where's the setup? Peloton? I got stopped out of Peloton yesterday, but maybe next week if it goes sideways a bit more. It is holding right, surfing the 20-day. It is holding up well, but next week maybe. Take two. Guys, ADR 2.8. Come on, guys, you need to put ADR in your scans. This random slow stock, you're never gonna make any good money on these things. You gotta be in the fast movers. Tupperware, yeah, this one actually looks pretty decent. Maybe in a couple of days, but this thing is a very clean mover. This is exactly what we're looking for, a clean move, and then wait for sideways and tightness, and it's a building on the tightness. Maybe later this week or next week. Yeah, this could be a good one, but it's too early. CSIQ, no. If in the solar sector, I think SCDG and EMPH are setting up much better, but both for next week. CSIQ, it's not as clean. I'd rather play SCDG or EMPH next week. Shui, maybe, yeah. Caps, no. Guys, the 10-day or 20, it needs to be, we're looking for a breakout, okay? It needs to be on the 10 or 20 or the 50-day. This is like way above all of this. It's 20% above the 10-day. It's 33% above the 20-day. Like it's just the stock that made a big move. Here's a good setup. Look at how tight it is. It's right on the 10 and 20. It's up in the stratosphere right now. Hey, thanks, Smiggy. That's a very good link. Guys, look at what Smiggy just posted. You need to watch and re-watch those videos. And then you need to re-watch them again. My entry, as early as possible. As early as, once it starts breaking its range. That's where my entry is on those things. On those setups. GSX right now is bouncing off the 20-day, which is actually a very bullish price action. But I'm still I covered some. I still have about half of my shares from last week. Pinterest, wow, this thing looks great, absolutely great for next week. Like a lot of there are a lot of potential setups, but most of them, you know, we need time. Like I think next week we're gonna start seeing some good setups again, but most of them need some more time. Most of them need some more time. Oh wow, IGC straight up halted. Okay. Live person, it probably needs more sideways. Again, the 10-day needs to catch up. Like these kinds of setups, like it's made a big move. You know, it needs to, the 10 and 20-day need to catch up, or at least the 10-day. Again, it's way above the 10-day. HMHC, nah, it's very choppy, and yeah, maybe next week. Maybe next week when the 20-day is caught up and it builds a bit more tightness. PBI a good short? I don't really see a setup here. It's doubled in the past few weeks, but yeah, I mean, maybe, you know, the 60-minute chart, like if it loses the 635 area, yeah, maybe it can pull back a little bit. Zillow, well, Zillow I'm long. Like Zillow had a really good 4.5-star setup right here. That's when I bought it on the stream. And now it needs to go sideways, maybe in a couple of weeks. Again, you know, the 10 and 20-day need to catch up. They need to be surfing these moving averages, either the 10 or the 20 or the 50. Or preferably a combination or of the two, one. But this thing is just, you know, there's no setup here. Like, where's the sideways? No, not clear. And also, this is like the most illiquid stock ever. Guys, you need to put at least a couple, like say 5 million of dollar volume cutoff on your scans. Like this thing like trades a couple of $100,000 worth of stock per day. Like it's just too little. Like, you know, this thing shouldn't be on anyone's scan. You need to, you know, take your account size and multiply it by 50. So let's say if you have a $10,000 account, or multiply by 100, even better. So if you have $50,000 account, your volume cutoff should be 5 million. If you have a $200,000 account, your volume cutoff should be 20 million. And even like no one, should have, yeah, you should have at least like a, say, $2-3 million volume cutoff on your scans. There's no reason to trade stocks that trade less than a few $1,000,000 worth of stock. It's just too random. The more I'm here, the more I feel bad you have to actually say the same thing over and over. I know. My life sucks. No. Come on, Chan. I mean, guys. Dicks. What I think of dicks, dicks are not my thing. And if the ticker dicks, I can't even get it on my on TC2000. I don't know what it is. Yeah, what's up with spamming the LPSN ticker? It's not a good setup. There's like 3 people that mentioned it. I'm trying to teach you guys a very, very specific setup that anyone can trade. And you don't have to, trade full time to trade that setup. You can, trade it like, you can do your scan, spend 10-15 minutes scanning, right? Find some good setups, and then you can trade it. You can do it from work. You can trade, it's just very simple setup, but obviously, it's one of the simple setups out there. Very few criteria. Very few things you have to think of. It's just about learning the pattern. Like you have to force your brain to recognize a good setup. It takes a long time, but otherwise it's a very simple setup. You almost need no brain to trade the setup. That's why I like it. The less I have to think, the better. Like you can literally make millions. Everyone in this room can make millions on this simple setup. But you have to watch the the swing trading schools I posted. You have to memorize those patterns. You have to do your own work. You have to go back and look at hundreds, if not thousands, of past big movers and find these setups. Most of you are not willing to do the work. Wow, mRNA sold off on the news. Now it's right on the 50-day again. Faye? What's the ADR in Faye? Why do I keep, guys, why do you keep posting tickers with ADRs of less than 5? Yeah, I mean, look, the breakout trading, like breakout trading works when the market is, strong. Like in a period like this, breakouts don't work. What the hell is here? In periods like these, breakouts don't work. And you won't get any setups. That's a good thing. You can just, chill. You can take a vacation. Like, this is the NASDAQ. When the 10-day, the 20-day moving averages start sloping lower and the 10-day gets, is lower than the 20-day, you don't trade the breakouts. Even if you see a good setup, you shouldn't trade it. Right? Same thing here. Now I trade different methods, so I do trade during these periods. I do a lot of mean reversion stuff, but these periods you shouldn't trade. Like when the 10-day and 20 days start sloping lower and the 10 days below the 20-day, no trading, no breakout trading. And it's fine. You don't have to trade every day, every week, every month. This is where the big money is made, okay? This is where you wait out the bad times. And this is where, when the 10-day starts rising higher, the 20-day gets higher, the 10 is above the 20-day. This is where you double, triple your account, okay? Then you have periods like these that are like sideways. If you can break even during these times, you're doing a good job. And then you get period like this, again, you double, triple your account. Then you sit out these types of periods when the moving averages start sloping lower, the 10 and 20. And then you get a period like this where you double, triple, quadruple your account. Boom. And when the 10-day and the 20-day start sloping lower and the 10-day is below the 20-day, that's when you sit and wait. You go and enjoy life. Let the amateurs trade. Let them churn their accounts. Let them blow up. And when the times get good again, that's when you double, triple, quadruple your accounts. Boom. It's very simple, but it's not easy. Simple, but not easy. Staying out of the markets is the hardest thing to do. Can you do these moving averages on TC2000 for free? Yeah. I think TC2000 has a free version with like 15-minute lag. But yeah, I mean, you can do any indicator for free as long as you have TC2000. Visa, I can tell you right now, Visa has low ADR. Yes, it's not a momentum leader. It's just been in a shop range for months and months. It's a very slow mega cap stock. There's never been a good setup on this thing. Just avoid these things. Guys, if you can't get the average daily range, like you have to put the condition in TC2000. Like get TC2000. They have a free version with I think 15-minute lag, but you don't need like you can use the real-time data in any other platform like TradingView. Just get the scanning in TC2000. Like like stuff like Visa. It's just a waste of time. You won't make any money on something like this. Like this thing, making a 10% move for this stock is a huge accomplishment. You want us to be in stocks that can go up 10% in a day. If you go to my blog, you can get the link in my on my Twitter profile or on my Twitch profile. It's shortsandstories.com/about. Okay. like before you write anything in the chat, before you interact with me in any way on any social media, you should read this, okay? And here's the ADR formula. I'm gonna make it, let's see, Control F, ADR, okay? Here's the formula, okay? You paste this, you copy this formula, then you click here. Let's see. No, wait. Then you do this. Easy scan, new condition. You know, like 3-month momentum scan. Wait, let's do it like this. I'll take one of my existing scans, but just pretend you're making a new scan. Let's just take you need to do this for 1 month, 3 months, and 6 months. But let's just open this scan, okay? First, you put, the first criteria is the dollar volume. You click the plus icon, choose conditions, write the dollar volume, right? Dollar volume dollars 1 day. No, sorry, dollar volume. Click there, and then you put greater than, like no one should have less than 5. This is 80 million. This 800,000 means 80 million. Or is it 80,000? But no one should have less than 5 million in their scans. Everyone should probably put at least like 10 million in dollar volume cutoff. Then you put the next one, ADR. You have to make this. You have to do indicators. Wait, how the fuck do you do that? I haven't done this in a while. Gosh. Wait. Library. Jesus Christ. How the hell do you do new condition? Is it a new condition? Oh, you have to do this, I think. Oh yeah, you have to do this. Okay. First you have to do like a new condition, ADR. And then you paste the formula, ADR. And then you save it, right? And then when you make this new scan, let's take 1 month gainers. Then you add it, click the plus icon, and then you click ADR, and here it will be. Here, ADR. 20 days is what I've named it. And then you do a new one. Again, you have to like make a new condition. And then you have to put it here, like 1 month, C-min L22. You do 3 of these. This is the price change from the lows of the past 22 sessions. That's 1 month. And then you can do 3 months, which is 66 or 65. And then you do 6 months, which is what, 120, 130 or something. Doesn't matter the exact amount. And then you do these 3 scans, like ADR should be greater than, I use 4, but you should use at least 5 or 6, those of you with smaller accounts. And then dollar volume at least 5 or 10 million. Those are the only 3 scans you need to use. That way, and then you I don't know how many candidates you will get. Let's just try. It's just, right now it's just like 36 minutes after the market, so there's not gonna be a lot of candidates, but I'll change this from 80 million to 10 million, okay? And then I'll change this to 5%. And rank, you have to click rank here, and then I use like 93%, like the top 93% gainers past 22 sessions, and then a scan results, I get 42 items. Now obviously, after the market closed, there's probably gonna be over 100 items here, because a lot of stocks haven't traded $10 million volume yet, but they will have at the end of the day. And then you have to tweak the criteria. You either have to like increase the ADR, Like if you get more than say 50 or 60 results in any of these scans, you have to either increase the dollar volume, increase the ADR, or increase the ranking here, or a combination of all three. You shouldn't get more than 50 or 60 results in any of those scans. Holy shit, NVAX! Oh my fucking god! It's a 600,000, almost $700,000 trade since yesterday. I hit, oh shit, I got a big one. Like obviously, I don't really recommend shorting for anyone with less than a few million in their accounts. It's much harder than going long, in my opinion. But holy shit, for those who have this, you know, earned the shorting, what's the word? Whatever. For those of you short, this was a home run. Oh shit! Can we get a million? Oh, if this thing goes to $100, potential $1 million trade. Ah shit! I got stopped out of Tesla. Looks like Tesla is strong. You know what? I covered the ads. I took a $30,000 loss on those 2,600 shares I shorted. But I'll keep the 1,000 shares I'm still short. I'm gonna use the after hours highs as my stop. I wanna see how it acts later in the day. Right now it's strong because the markets are obviously also very strong. But we'll see. Maybe we start selling off later in the day, and in that case, we'll see. Otherwise, if Tesla closes strong, I'll cover the last 1,000 shares too. Oh, if just Overstock could do what NVAC just did. Holy fuck. I still have a 10,000 shares short of NVAX. Or wait, how much is it down? 40%? No, you know what? I'll cover another 4,000 shares right here. I've still 6,000 shares left. I'm gonna trail them. I'm gonna trail these 6,000 shares. Yeah, well, biotech stocks, especially like the micro and small cap biotechs, obviously, yeah, there is added risk of trading them. And if you're unsure, don't trade them. There's so many good setups in non-biotechs. There's just, you know, generally you should just avoid the small cap biotechs. No, I don't use TC2000 for trading. I just put the white lines on the chart to visualize where my stop area is. It's just easier to keep track. Yeah, exactly. I hooked the blue whale. You have tried $3 million volume? Yeah, yeah. You should everyone should just use like 10 million or something. Oh, TC2003 doesn't have the chart tools or the scanning capabilities. Okay, I didn't know that. It's a TC2000 gold. How much is it? Worden.com. Wait, Worden.com is down? No, it's not. Oh, here it is. Let's see. TC2000.com. Let's see. Pricing. So let's see. Silver. Wait, don't they have a free one? Silver. Let's see. Oh yeah, probably. Yeah, most of you probably need to get. It's $25 per month. Come on, like everyone should get it. Like you don't need anything else. You don't need. Oh, if you want to do the annual thing, it's 25 per month. It's really like you should invest if you want to make trading your profession. If you're determined to make millions, you should invest in the correct tools. And if you can replicate the ADR formula in like Think or Swim, I think you can. Like, there's nothing wrong with using Think or Swim. But it's all about identifying the strongest stocks that have the most volatility. That's the principle. Now, it doesn't matter what platform you use. Like I use TC2000. I have the formulas for TC2000, but if you can replicate anywhere else, that's great. But it's all about avoiding the slow stocks. Like today, I've gotten like 100 suggestions or tickers I looked at just in the past hour, and like a third of them, which is slow and sluggish stocks. Like it's a waste of time. If you want to make a lot of money, you gotta be in the fast stocks. If you want to have aggressive returns, if you want to have triple digit returns year in, year out, you gotta be in the fast moving stocks. Let the amateurs trade the slow moving stocks. Let the billionaires trade the slow moving stocks. Those of you who don't have many millions in their accounts or tens of millions or hundreds of millions, stick to the fast moving stocks. Wow, Tesla is so far really strong. You know what? I'll just cover the last 1,000 shares. I'll just cover it. It's just in the inside of a range. I want to see how it acts here in the 1500 area or on the 20-day. But so far, the Tesla action is very bullish. But obviously, markets are strong. Oh, TQQ is really strong. I'm going to cover it. I shorted it late day yesterday when it broke down below this range. But I just covered it. Took a $45,000 loss on it. Markets are very strong. But this NVAX, this thing is paying for so many small losses. Once you catch a big one, a big home run trade now and there, it's just gonna, those are the ones that are gonna make you big money. You know what? I'll cover a few more. I'll keep 4,500 shares of NVAX. It's like third size. I've covered 2/3 now from the overnight, and also obviously intraday or the today's ads I covered already covered. Like what I thought Tesla would do would be something like this, like a gap up into the high end of the base and then a fade back. But obviously Tesla is very, very strong. But I don't think, we'll see what happens. Like it's right in the middle of this range, this high 1400 area. Like if it starts fading here and taking out the downside ranges, I'll get back short. But if it reclaims this like high 1400 area, starts building higher lows and you know, gets above this 20-day moving average here, you know, we may have a setup on the long side coming. Right now, I just don't have enough information to know if this is gonna go higher or lower. It's just inside of the range. Now, if just Overstock could do what NVAX just did, I'll be very happy. If NVAX, or sorry, Overstock takes out lows of the day later, I'll add to it. I'm short 29,000 shares, but I'm gonna add to that thing. I'm gonna add another 10, 15 or so. Look at these apps. If you bought this 5-star setup, okay, this is what I'm talking about. Big move, okay, pull back sideways. In this case, it stopped surfing the, you know, it surfed the 10-day, then 20-day for a while, but then it kind of, you know, went sideways a little bit further. But then it started building higher lows and a tight range, and broke out of this range, right? This is a 5-star setup. And now, you know, you should have sold, you know, a third or half on day 3 or 4 or 5, and you would still be in half or 2/3 of your shares and trail this thing with the 10-day moving average. This is why you always trail some, because now and then you're gonna catch these stocks that double or triple in a short amount of time. Those are the ones that are gonna make you rich, okay? Those are the trades that are gonna make you rich. Everything else is just a grind. You gotta find those home runs. The home runs are gonna make you rich, okay? Most of the time, trading is just a grind. Like 70-80% of the time. But now and then, the market gods bless you with a home run. All you have to do is identify the setups and follow the rules. That's it. Facebook. Facebook is a really good setup. Very slow moving stock, but yeah, it's a very good setup for this type of stock. But you should no one here should trade Facebook. It's just too slow. What about Target? Earnings? Yeah. Damn, there's so many alerts going off. What's going on here? ARCT. I am looking at some of the solar names like Run and EMPH. They're just consistently showing strength. I don't know. I think I'll do like EMPH. I prefer EMPH. It looks tighter. It had a better setup here, but I don't know. I'm a bit unsure. Yeah, I mean, solars are all FSLR, SPWR. Yeah, the whole sector is breaking out. SCDG. SCDG is not very strong today. Guys, EMPH, there's been short seller pieces on it since many years back. I'm gonna show you EMPH. Here, Prescience Point, back in July 2018. Here, we believe stock is worth no more than $1.01 per share. Okay, this hit when the stock was $6. Okay, 2 years ago. Okay, and there's been several hit pieces since. Citron hit it here. September last year at $24, $23, right? There's been several hit pieces, and now look at the stock. Here, Prescience Point hit this. The same firm that said the stock is worth $1.01 at $6 hit it again here at $46. I mean, these guys know nothing. Like, you know, for trading purposes, maybe it's a scam. I don't know. But the market apparently doesn't agree. Just follow the price. These hit pieces are just, you know, GSX2. Like, if you had just traded the setups, you would have made money. GSX2 was hit by both Citron and Muddy Waters. And then, boom, went up in a couple of months, went up 300%. These hit pieces are, you know, it's just a waste of time. Most of the time. Sometimes these guys nail it. Like Muddy Waters nailed a stock back in 2011, day 2 of my trading career. Sino Forest. That thing went down 90% in 2 days and was delisted. It was a total fraud. So sometimes, you know, these guys are, you know, able to do some really good stuff. But a lot of the times their short theses are just weak, and, you know, they're just weak. Okay, W, so far it's surfing the 10 EMA on the 60-minute chart. This thing is just, you know, incredible demand for the stock. DraftKings, I bought it yesterday. This is not the kind of setup I'm teaching you guys. It's a bit of a slower, longer base breakout, but I bought it. Tesla, green on the day now. Now a lot of things are acting good. We got the morning... the shakeout at the morning strength. That has been the theme the whole week now. 3 days in a row. LK, yeah, LK was a good one. They were, at first LK went higher, but then it crashed. Yeah, sometimes they are really good, but many times these short sellers, they're just so wrong. Like Shopify, like I think Citron hit this thing when it was like $100 or something. Here, Shopify, a business dirtier than HLF. If the company has 2,500 plus merchants and 20k advanced, who are other 470k merchants? Target 60, being generous. So Citron hit this thing at $115 with a 60 price target. Yeah, what, 2-3 years ago? And now this thing is over $1,000. Like, oh man. If you're gonna short something, you better make sure it's real fraud. I mean, like these, you know, it's just not worth it. You're gonna get run over. Space, there's absolutely no setup here. Yeah, a journalist from Wall Street Journal wrote to me on Twitter. He wants to do... He wanted to chat with me about my Kodak trade. Hey, I'm yeah, it's kind of insane. Wall Street Journal, man, what the fuck? Who would have thought when I posted that video on YouTube, I have to do my stupid fucking trade on Kodak. Like that tweet went fucking viral. I think I got more interactions on that tweet than on all of my tweets put together over the past 5 or 6 years. And I also got contacted by another newspaper. But Wall Street Journal, that's just insane. I'm gonna see if I find the tweet. Here it is. Wait. But he hasn't responded to me yet. I emailed this guy, but he hasn't responded to me. here. Wall Street Journal. Not every day. Yeah, people like big numbers. Oh, everyone in the channel, hey, don't do it. There's gonna be so many clueless people. Remember us when you write your book. You're going mainstream. I was here before you got famous. Well, I don't know about famous, but hey, look. The chat will be a mess. Well, I have moderators. Like, if the chat will become a mess, I'm gonna mute people left and right. Like, people who don't just follow the rules. Like, I've been really nice and patient for. Look, I'm still getting asked these basic questions. Like these that I get asked every single day. But I'm gonna put. I need to put something on my Twitch page. I need to have like this command that shows. I've been lazy, but I'm gonna get it fixed. It just takes time. I'm too lazy. People like losers, yeah. Timeout, yeah. Well, yeah. I was thinking about like a temporary mute, but I guess it's called timeout. Include your bio and the Wall Street. He's probably just gonna quote me on like a couple of. It's like he's gonna do an article about me. He's just gonna, probably just get a quote or two from me, like, oh, a guy that lost 1.5 million, blah blah blah. He may not even mention me, like my name. I don't know. I have no idea. A gambling addict, a friend of Isildur I, lost about almost 1.5 million gambling on Kodak. If you get on Wall Street Journal, Jack Swagger will notice you. Holy shit, if I can get into the Market Wizards books, that's like a dream of mine. I love those books. Oh man, if I can get into the next... I mean, the next one is coming like in a few months, but in the one after that, that one is probably gonna come in the next 10 years. If I can get into the next one, that would be awesome. It's not a full page. It's just gonna be like an article on Kodak, I guess, and they just want some people who traded that stock, I guess. But it's pretty. Oh, PDD, man, this thing looks good. Oh man, I don't know, man. It looks good. They have earnings in a few days. But the China names are all showing strength. I need to. Like it's been building higher lows too and into this range. So I'm gonna risk. So it's up about half of the average daily range for now, almost a little bit more than half. So it does qualify. Flat Earther loses 1.5 million in Kodak stock. What about that? How about that? Oh man. Hey, at least I'm not an anti-vaxxer, right? Oh. Oh man. Hey, no one can be perfect. Nobody's perfect, okay? We all have our flaws. Okay? Just have to accept that. Yeah, W is acting really well. This thing is really good price action. Pinterest, it's kind of starting to break on the 60-minute chart, but I'm not gonna add to it. It's just not a clean setup now. And now a lot of stocks are acting really well, but the Spotify and Shopify, these things are still deep in the red. Or at least Shopify. Spotify looks a bit better. We'll see how they act. NVAX, if this thing closes strong, I'm gonna cover it. What's Kodak doing? Kodak, I didn't see it at first. I saw it afterwards, I think. But this thing did did something. Yeah, this thing what? Tripled? No, doubled intraday. Had 1, 2, 3 halts on the way up and 1, 2 halts on the way down. Interesting. And now the airlines and cruise lines are fading, and the growth names are starting to pick up the steam. You know, it's or actually not all of them are fading. Some of them are. Okay. Trading is so easy, everyone can do it at home. Wow, Kirk, look at this. I'm telling you guys that have small accounts, you have an incredible edge. Like it had a good setup here. It had a good setup here. And now look at it. You know, this thing is a double, triple from those good setups. Like, especially, like, look at the ADR, 12.5%, okay? You're not gonna get this type of a move on a stock like Amazon or Facebook, low ADR stocks. You get doubles and triples on high ADR stocks. This is why I want you guys to use ADR of at least 5 or 6 in your scans. Like, I can't trade this thing. Like, I can't even put 1% of my account in this thing without pushing the stock up 10%. Like, it's impossible. I just can't trade this thing. But you guys with smaller accounts, you have a big edge. If you just learn the setups and develop your own rules, or just understand what the rules are for and why, you know, you can make so much money. Kumo. Yeah, it's a Mark Minervini pump. No, it's failing. I guess he's selling it now, right? But you know, key is to see if it builds higher low. You know, if you bought it, your stop should be the lows of the breakout day. And it's right now it looks like it's finding support on the rising 10-day. Well, Tesla has a high ADR, or not that high, but 5.8. That's actually pretty high for a mega cap stock. Not a lot of mega cap stocks have this high ADRs. For example, Nvidia has about the same market cap, but this thing has only 3.3 ADR. While Tesla has 5.8, almost twice as much. Kirk, entry 729 or 730. 729 was the entry. That's when it broke out. 730 was just a follow-through move. This is where it broke out. What about Spot? I've been talking about Spotify the whole day. I already got stopped out of it. It looks good. It just failed the breakout today. Oh yeah, crypto swing trading special. Yes. I'm gonna do it in 3 minutes. I'm just gonna do a few scans here first. This EBS is setting up nicely. If we just can get a few more days of sideways, that would be a really good setup on EBS. This thing has insanely good earnings also. All right, let's see. I'm gonna set up the. I'm just gonna start with Bitcoin. Like I'm gonna show you, like, you know, with these techniques, you can make money in any asset class. Like they all move the same. Like you get the exact same patterns. Like exact same patterns I'm teaching you on stocks. They work on crypto too. I'm gonna do it in a sec. Yeah, guys, you know, there's no need to front run other chat rooms. We don't need to know that. Like, let them buy this thing. Like, let them do whatever they want. Let's focus on setups. Let's not focus on what others are doing. Like it's a large cap stock, like some small day trading room. They're not gonna move this thing much. Yeah, CWH had a setup a few days ago. Yeah, following through now. This is exactly what we're looking for, you know, a big move, pullback, and then it starts building higher lows, and it surfed above the 50-day, and then it built higher lows, had a range here, broke out of that range, and now it's following through. This is a 4.5-star setup. Yeah, I talked about it last week and earlier this week. Twitter is now starting to move too. Okay. How does Twitter? Like it's been relentlessly building higher lows. That's you know what Twitter reminds me? Twitter reminds me of like here back in May 2018. It wasn't as clean, but it had made a move. It was relentlessly building higher lows, and then it just, you know, started going and, you know, started speeding up and went like, you know, went up like 40% in a couple of weeks. I think Twitter could do something similar here, but this is a better setup in my opinion. And I think it has a catalyst too. Like, we know that they're working on a subscription model. I think that's the catalyst for this thing to fuel it higher. They don't have the earnings to fuel, but they do have that catalyst. Just the expectation of future profits. That's, you know, that's really what the stock market is all about. It's all about the future. But we'll see. We'll see. Pinterest is breaking out of this range here. Twitter. Twitter. It's a slow stock. None of you should trade it. There are so many better stocks for you guys to trade. I have no choice to trade this lower ADR. It's a higher price liquid stock. Like, for me, it's perfect. But none of you in chat should take this thing. Not a single one of them. Unless you have many millions in your accounts. Don't even think about it otherwise. GRPN, no. It had a semi-decent setup yesterday. Now it's just in no man's land. Okay, I bought 100,000 shares of Twitter. Let's go. FLGT, no, it's not a. There's no setup here today. AXU, nah, it's not a very linear stock. It's a choppy small cap stock. Just avoid choppy small cap stocks. Like large caps, you can sometimes, you know, okay if there, you know, some choppiness, but you know, small caps, you should absolutely no choppiness at all. DraftKings, don't trade DraftKings. It's not the type of setup. Yeah, it's too early to enter. BLDP. Now I'm starting to get these random stocks again. Guys, before anyone puts more setups here, go look at my swing trading school. Like these, there's no setup here. The setup was 2 days ago. Neon. Now Neon is a good one. Neon is a good setup. That's a really good looking setup. Yes. Wallenstam is on fire. Wallenstam also gave a good setup like yesterday or 2 days ago, like a really good one. Wallenstam is gonna make millions. Mobile. Yeah, it's a decent setup. Maybe not a momentum leader, but you know, it's a good looking setup. It is. If you got it like no higher than say 610, you shouldn't be buying it here. But Run, but did it trigger? Run never triggered, in my opinion. You want them to start moving a little bit higher, like take out the previous day's highs, etc. Snapchat, you know, this is a slower one, but it's kind of triggering. Man, now things are starting to move. Okay, fuck this thing. I'm gonna do a crypto. Where did that window go? Here it is. Okay, let's start. Bitcoin. Okay. By now you know what my setups I'm looking for. You know, a stock that has made a big move, then gone, like stocks and cryptos and all asset classes. They move like stairs. Okay, this is how they move generally. They make a move, then they go sideways or pull back, make another move, go sideways or pull back, make another move. This is like how stocks move, right? If you study any stock that's up many 100%, for thousands of percents over many years. This is how they move, okay? They move in stairs. So our job is to buy it here. Our job is to buy it here, right? Our job is not to buy it here, not to buy it here. Our job is not to buy it here. No. Our job is to buy it at the exact time it starts to build the next step higher. This is, oh, what the hell happened now? This is our job. Now we're not gonna be 100% correct. My win rate is 25%, but you know, the key is all about small losers, big winners. Okay, this is what we're looking for, right? And then you get the moving averages: the 10-day, the 20-day, and the 50-day. The leading stocks keep surfing those moving averages, and that goes for crypto too. Let's look at Bitcoin. Okay. Now this thing made a move. This is back in 2012. Okay, this is like early. So back here it was very liquid and unknown. Pretty much no one knew about Bitcoin back here. But this is where it pretty much started moving, making a move. Okay, look at this setup. It makes a move, goes sideways, finds support on the rising 10 and 20-day moving averages, gets tight, has a breakout. Okay. Then you get like another, you know, little bit of a stair step. Like in my opinion, there was no good setup here, but you know, you get another breakout. Okay. Then you get another one, another stair step. Look at this, higher lows, goes sideways, gets tighter and tighter, surfs the 10-day, another breakout. Okay. And then it kind of goes sideways for a while, and here again, after a while of shop, it starts surfing the 10, 20, and 50-day, gets tight, a breakout, you know, a range break. Look at what happens to it. And then you get like these smaller stair steps like here, 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 here. In my opinion, these are too short to trade. But you know, look, you could have used the 10-day moving average, right, as your trailing stop. Look at the move you were caught. Look at this thing. It never closed below the 10-day moving average. This thing was a 10-bagger, more than it went from what? This breakout here, 1340, 1350. It didn't close below the 10-day moving average until this, like, you know, it went absolutely parabolic. Like, you know, you wouldn't be crazy to sell at least some into strength, but it didn't close like until, you know, it went to 260 almost. That's like almost a 20-bagger. It also had this is a very good setup. Okay, here it actually went sideways for a while. This is a high tide flag. It surfs the 10, 20-day moving averages, gets really, really tight. Okay, and this is like a 5-star setup. Like this is like a perfect one. And even from this setup, it goes up like what, 400-500% in a month, right? And then it has a period of shop, you know, pulls back to the 50-day, starts kind of building higher lows, then it fades. You know, it made a huge move, so, you know, needs to digest that move. Then it kind of starts trading again, like there's a potential setup here. Not a very powerful one. I mean, this move isn't that big. But, you know, builds another stair step higher. Fails, comes back into range, breaks out of this range. You know, look, it gets tighter. Look, the 50-day catches up to the price. Look at how tight it gets, and then breaks out of this range. All you have to think about are the 10, 20, and 50-day moving averages. And again, here, again, perfect breakout. It surfs the 10-day moving average, goes sideways, boom, breakout. Look at this thing. Like, look how powerful this thing is. Triples, quadruples in a few months, right? And then, you know, makes another big move, then it, you know, fades back, kind of, you know, does nothing for a year or whatever, 2 years. Here it kind of finds a trend again, but I really don't see a setup on it. Then it kind of shops around for a while again. And now, you know, now it starts moving again. And this is when you start looking for setups. When it makes a move, big move, and the 10, 20, 50 start moving higher, right? This is when you start stalking for a setup, and here it is. Here it is. Look, literally the next day we got a setup. Look at it. Look at how tight it is. Puts in a really tight range. It's tighter and tighter, and when the 10-day catches up, that's when you get the breakout, right? Now this thing, you know, pulled back, didn't double, triple, quadruple, but was still a decent trade, right? And now it kind of shops around for a while. Here it finds a trend again, and you know, there's like a potential setup here, and this is not like 5-star. Here it gets really tight, kinda breaks out a little bit, not as clean. Like here, it has a shake up below the 50-day, has a leg higher, goes sideways, tight range, that serves the 10-day, another range break. And then here, I don't really see a good tight setup. Like this setup was really not tight. Like look how loose it is. Now it would have worked, but you know, you look for tight setups. Here, I would have wished another couple of days of sideways for a tighter range, but you get another breakout here with higher lows. It's just not as tight as I would have liked it, but you know, it worked. Didn't make a huge follow through, but what year is this now? We're at 2017. This wait, I need to check what triggered. KC. Okay, this one had earnings yesterday. Okay. So you know, here's a potential setup. I would have preferred maybe another couple of days of sideways. Like these setups can be traded on any asset class, and this is, you know, the burst of the crypto bubble, I guess. No, 29. No, never mind. Yeah, that was the bubble move. And here again, you know, makes a leg higher. This is not that clean of a setup, but there's a setup. It kind of serves the 20-day, takes out the tight range. Not really that great of a setup, but you know, here there wasn't really. Maybe here, not really a clean setup. You know, sometimes, you know, stocks go higher even from bad setups, but your job is focused on, you know, good setups. And now, you know, it's kind of moving higher again. Took it leg higher, and now it's kind of, it had a failed breakout 2 days ago, pulled back, and now it's surfing the 20-day. Look at this thing. Today it found support on the 20-day. Maybe next week or later this week we get a setup. The range here is still intact. It's building higher lows. You have a range here. And you know, Ethereum, same thing. It moves pretty much the same. Not exactly the same, but you know, there's setups here too. Wait, Ethereum doesn't have more trading history than this? Okay. Like you had a flag, oh, this is wide and loose. That's not a good setup. But here is a good setup. Like, it just keeps surfing the 20-day, right? Puts higher lows, the range gets tighter, and then you have a range breakout. Like this is a 5-star setup. And look at what it does, you know, big move, doubles in just a couple of weeks. So, you know, these, you know, your job is to identify these setups. Like all, you know, these setups are gonna appear they've been appearing for the past couple of 100 years, and they're gonna probably appear for the next couple of 100 years. This is how stocks move, right? They move in stairs. You can clearly see, you know, you have one step, another step, then you have another, you know, step. And Bitcoin has more trading history, so this one has more steps. You can just clearly, let's look at a weekly chart. It's easier to see. Oh wait, what? BTC USD. They move in stairs. Your job is to identify the next stair step. Well, actually, weekly chart is kind of a long time frame, but you can clearly see it. Like you have a step higher, or like you know, one step. You have a second step. You have a third step. Obviously, you have one step. You have a next step. You have a next step. You have the next step. Next step. It's just like a stair. Your job is to identify the next step just when it's about to break out. Okay? You're not gonna have a 100% win rate. You're gonna be wrong most of the time. But once you catch something, a move like this, you know, you're gonna make back 50 losers in one trade. And that's how you make money. All right, enough for the crypto special. Okay, let's get to Viva. Yeah, it had kind of. It's just a very choppy stock. This thing never has a good setup. It just kind of keeps grinding higher. It's a very tough stock to trade. It never has a good, very rarely has a good setup. Or actually, well, it had some good setups over the years, but you know, it's just, I don't know. Like it's kind of like it has an up day, down day, up day, down day, up day, down day, and somehow it still manages to go higher. Like some stocks are a bit tricky. Viva is one of them. Another one is like Now. Another one. It just keeps going higher, but every other day is a red day, but somehow it still manages to go higher. You know, you can see it's made a decent move here, but every other day is a red day. It just keeps, goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, but it still keeps building higher lows. Zen is another one of these stocks. Like, look at the March lows. Like, it's made a big move, 80% move, but like 50% of these days are red days. Just very tricky. And then you compare something like Fastly. Like, when this thing moves, it moves. Or something like Tesla. When this thing moves, it moves. Or something like Shopify, right? When it moves, it moves. Or AMD. Those are the stocks you want to trade. You need to be able to identify those, beforehand. It's gonna, you're gonna be able to do it in, over the years. It's gonna take a while, of course, but. HZMP. Yeah, it's starting to set up. Absolutely, looks like a good one. You can go sideways for XRP. XRP USD. Ripple. Yeah, it's building a potential base here. But it's kind of lagging Bitcoin and Ethereum for now. But Ripple, yeah, same thing. Oh, yeah, it's, had a breakout here from a short base, made a big move here too. Another stair step, boom. But Ripple hasn't really made any big moves, so there's not many setups on this thing. Litecoin. Let's see, TCUSD. Litecoin hasn't had that many setups either, but same principle. This thing has very short, flags, so kind of hard to catch it, unless you invest in it. But this one, had a nice little breakout here from tight range. Didn't have much follow through. This one, yeah, the same principle applies, just as stocks and any asset class. Net. Yeah, Net is kind of a choppy-ish, or was choppy-ish until it wasn't. Like, Net was really choppy, but, I got stopped out of it a couple of times. I know I bought it, like, here, and I think here, and I got stopped out, and then it finally went. It got tighter and tighter, right? And then it finally went. And I sold it. Where did I sell it? I think one of these days here. But yeah, it's getting tighter and tighter. It's a little bit choppy, but the tighter it can get, the higher the chance of a breakout. Whoa, wow, Twitter had followed through. I didn't even realize that. I have a huge position in Twitter. It's by far my biggest position. It's even bigger than JD. JD was a pretty decent position too. Now I sold a tiny bit, but wait, I should probably sell some more JD. So I'll sell just a tiny bit. Like, my sell rules are a little bit different than you should use. You should stick to that 3 to 5 day sell rule and then, trail the rest. TVTY, I don't know. It's just a random name. I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, look, it can work. Absolutely, it can work. VIR looks like it's having a weak day today. So Riot undercut the 10-day, but so far it looks like it's building another higher low. This is a crypto-related stock. Oh yeah, NVAX I'm probably gonna cover today. I'm gonna use break even as my stop on this thing. If it closes like this, I'm gonna cover it. This thing should break down. It looks like it's building a base here. To go long maybe next week. Look at this. It needs to break down below that 140. But looks like it's just building higher lows and building a base for a long. We'll see. Yeah, JD, and now I'm moving my stop higher. JD is a little bit of slower stock, so I'm gonna trail the 20-day moving average as my trailing stop. Just because, you know, it's a lower ADR stocks, I use the slower moving averages. Like high ADR stocks, let's just say 5-6% plus, I use the 10-day, and lower than 5-6% ADR, I use the 20-day. But you should stick to the 10-day because you're only supposed to trade fast-moving stocks. Yeah, Pinterest trying to break out again. PDD, nice, nice, nice. AMD, yeah, it's still tight. It's still tight. Thoughts on Alcoholics Anonymous? Yeah, he could work. It could work. Alcoholics Anonymous is breaking out. It also had a really good setup here. You know, it made a decent move. Like you can clearly see it. You know, had a step higher, sideways, step higher, sideways, and then you had another breakout. Sort of a tight range, higher lows, surfing the 20-day, and now it's trying to go again. It's been building a series of higher lows and taking out a range. I like Alcoholics Anonymous. You know, it's like a 4-star setup. Okay, so ADR on TradingView, is the one by Alpine Trader the one that's correct? Because I need to put it in my FAQ. Can anyone confirm? Correct? Okay, I'm gonna put it in my about page. Those of you who are new, you should go and look at my about page. All your questions are gonna be answered. If you read that, can some moderator, or actually I can do it myself. I can just link it. It's also linked in my on my Twitch and my Twitter and everything, and my YouTube, and it's everywhere. You'll find it. You need to read it. ADR% in TradingView. Okay. Alpine Trader, Alpine underline Trader, am I correct? ADR%. Yeah, okay. All right. And there was someone also created it for Thinkorswim. A Turkish guy, Murit. Yeah, I was tagged on Twitter in those tweets. I need to find it here. Yeah, Murat Ilgar. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, there it is. Yep, I found it. Here it is. Here's the ADR for Thinkorswim. I get asked it all the time, but I'm gonna put it on my ADR or on my about page. That tweet. All right, let's see here. Okay, I just updated my about page. Oh, Twilio was very close stopping me out today. Or well, kind of close. I think the setup looks, pretty good. It's building higher lows. It's kinda. If it breaks this 254 area again, I think it could be good. Tesla is just relentless. This thing can't go down. Wow, Twitter, holy shit. I was thinking about doing like 70, 80,000 shares, but then I'm like, I'll go for 100. Nice round number. Very happy I did it. I'm risking 65,000 on this trade. JD, wow, look at this thing. This is what a 5-star breakout looks like. A slower ADR stock, but slower stocks need to go sideways a bit more. This thing was surfing the 10-day, then it started surfing the 20-day, then it a 50-day, but you can clearly see it's been building higher lows, and then it broke out on earnings. Earnings breakouts. If you get these earnings breakouts that don't gap up 20%, this one actually only gapped up a few percent, and it kind of pulled back out of the gate and then took out the highs of the day. Earnings breakouts can be really powerful of solid pace. You don't get them. You maybe get a few per earnings season, but on liquid stocks, and you have to identify them. I'm trying to be better, but this one I nailed. I bought it in pre-market, got stopped out, took like an $85,000 loss, but then I rebought it and a bit higher. And a good setup. If you get shaken out of it, you need to be able to rebuy it, as long as it's like your stop doesn't get too wide. But you need to be able, on Spotify, this one shook me out, but if it triggers again later today, I may not buy it because I already bought a bunch of other stuff. I don't really have the buying power, but if I had the buying power, I would have to rebuy it because it's a good setup. A little bit of slower stock, but it's a good setup. Yeah, GRWG. You know what? I'm gonna start to watch it for tomorrow. Because now it's starting to get a little bit higher price than getting some good volume. I like it when these stocks that go straight up, when they go straight up, they try to pull back, but the pullback fails and they keep going straight up. Like that usually sets up for a better short. But starting tomorrow, I'm gonna start watching it. Especially if we can go to like high 20s by tomorrow, that would be really good. It's still kind of not very liquid for me. Like I'd like to, trade something like this with like, 100, 150,000 shares, but it's just not liquid enough for me to do that kind of size. But we'll see. Maybe I'll do small size if the setup is really good. Where would I buy spot? Highs of the day. Arvol? What's Arvol? Arvol, a good proxy for ADR? I don't know what Arvol is. A relative volume? Volume bus? But that has nothing to do with the average daily range. Volume and the range are completely different things. Range in price? I don't really know what it means. Is it one of those indicators when the volume is horizontal instead of vertical? Like I really never got charts like that. I just don't get them. I don't know if there's any value in those type of indicators. I don't know. Maybe there is. Like if you learn how to use it, but I don't know. It's like times average volume over. But you don't need that as an indicator. You can just see it visually. Can't you see it visually? Like for example, like the 60-minute chart. Let's take an example. Like, Twitter. Like, look at the volume so far. Like you don't need any indicator to see that today is probably gonna be an average volume day, right? You can just clearly see the volume on this breakout. Big volume. But maybe it's high resolution. I don't know. Yeah, it's the same thing as volume bus. Okay, yeah, someone already mentioned it. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's something you can use. I don't well, actually, wait. Yeah, here, like I do have volume pulse in my watch list, but I never really use it. I never really use it. Like I usually just visually see if a stock has above average volume or not. Sometimes it's tricky on large caps, but sometimes it's very obvious on many stocks, especially like smaller cap stocks. Because they trade a bit differently. They don't trade as smooth. You get these big volume spikes, and then the volume is dead for several hours or the rest of the day. While like large caps, you get like some trading all the time, like Tesla, trades all the time throughout the day. Yes, it usually has like a higher volume at the open, at the close, but it still like trades a lot like during the day. Same thing like stuff like AMD and Shopify, etc. Like, so those can be a bit trickier. Good for day traders? Yeah, sure, probably. All right, I'm gonna do one more scan and then. Oh man, Melee, this thing is up 27% since I sold it, and it's up 58% since I initially bought it. Yeah, sometimes they're tricky. Like, on Melee I use the 20-day moving average as my trailing stop, and here on this day I got stopped out of it. Like on this day I kept it because it closed strong. It did close below, but it closed kind of strong. So then I was gonna use this lows of this day as my stop, and here on this day I got stopped out because it looked like it wanted to go lower and test the 50-day, and now it's straight up since. So stocks, trading is hard. You're gonna get shaken out. It's gonna happen all the time. Yeah, and I can tell you, like, the day trading is just most of the time like waste of time. Like this SMB, that prop firm. I mean, this was like a couple of years ago. I saw like a video, like their best trader makes like 300K per year. Like, and that's a guy who's been trading for like 20 years. If you've been trading 20 years, you should make 300K a week, not per year. So that's another confirmation that, you know, day trading is just not gonna cut it. If you wanna make big money, you gotta swing and position trade. Day trading is just so hard. Close to 10 million this year. Well, they upped their game, I guess. Then they're up their game. Yeah, well, this year has been easy. Like, this year has been incredible opportunities. Like, this year has pretty much more opportunities than any year since like year 2000. So I guess that's why they've upped their game too. Short the bear. Is he on Twitter? He's 21. He's up 6 million. Wow. But where is he? Where is this short the bear? Oh, Mada's chat room. The short bear. I like his bio. Here. 16,350 plus hours studying markets. Like he keeps track, you know. This is what you have to do if you want to make millions. You gotta put in the hours, studying setups, you know. Yeah, he's a German guy. Not bad. 6 million is not bad for a 21-year-old. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's one of these short traders. Yeah. Nice. 6 million on the year. That's a good job. Damn, I need to up the game. The guy is 11 years older than me. Sorry, younger than me. And he's made almost half of what I made this year. That's not acceptable. Can't have a 21-year-old. I need to up my game. I need to up my game. What the fuck is this bullshit? Yeah, I'm gonna crush this guy. I'm gonna crush this guy. Just kidding. Just kidding. 12 million? Yeah, 12, 13 million, something like that. Hey, look. A million here or there, who cares? Once you get to the double digits, doesn't really matter anymore. Why hasn't the Wall Street Journal guy responded? Like he wanted me to email him, and I emailed him, and now he hasn't responded. Fuck is this? Yeah, the Kodak loss. And also, you know, I've had a lot of losses this year. Hey, my average yearly profits, it doesn't matter. You mean percentage? Over 200% after tax and after fees. Before tax, before fees, it's probably like 300%. That's how you know, take a few thousand into tens of millions. You gotta have triple-digit percentage years. We went to chunk folder. Should I tweet him? Maybe I should tweet him. Hey, check your chunk folder. I really wanna be in Wall Street Journal. What can I say? I'm fuck Wall Street Journal? No. No, I want to be in Wall Street Journal. Ever thought about? No, because all the countries without the capital gains tax are kind of shit countries to live in. You know? So, not really. Singapore? They don't have any, really? But do I want to live in Singapore? I don't know anyone in Singapore. Wait, Switzerland doesn't have a capital gains tax? Yeah, time zone is really tough when you're in Singapore. Yeah, now save. Yeah, look, these airlines and cruise lines are failing again. We got an hour, actually not even an hour, we got 30 minutes of sector rotation. Oh man. Or actually the other ones are holding up. Which one into by Wall Street Journal or Playboy magazine? Is Playboy magazine still a thing? It's not what it used to be. No taxes in Eastern European countries, but I don't want to live in Eastern European countries. Maybe Estonia, my native country. I think they have 20%. I could live there. It's close to like where I live now. It's like 45 minutes by flight. 40 minutes. Or I could take my boat just over the Baltic Sea. 5 hours with boat. But the problem is my current boat, it doesn't have the range. I need to buy a bigger boat. Yeah, well, I'm definitely not moving to Saudi Arabia. You know, there's no way. What the hell would I do in Saudi Arabia? Jesus Christ. I'm gonna die from the heat. Like, I like the sun, but, you know, I heard rumors that Saudi Arabia is really hot. Can anyone confirm that Saudi Arabia is a really hot country? Philippines? No, but it's a tough time zone. Cheap beachfront property in Beirut? Yeah. What data packages? I don't know. I just have the platinum. I don't know. I can't see anything here. I just have the platinum thingy. I don't know about data packages. Yeah, maybe I should just open a start a company in this. Yeah, I need to check it out. I'm why pay more taxes than necessary? I've been lazy. I'm too lazy. That's my problem. That's my main problem. I've never traded Forex. I probably never will. Matador as setup. I guess it looks decent. Higher lows. It's not the fastest type of stock, but it's grinding higher. Commodity related stocks, so these are always a little bit, tricky. But yeah, I mean, it looks okay. Come to South Africa? No, I took my account from like 4 million or 4.5 or something to, yeah, I'm at like 17.5 right now, so. Man, I'm so close to 20 million. I need something big. I need a couple of $1 million trades. Get to 20 million. That would be nice. Nice round number. I like round numbers. Yeah, 4 to 17 this year. No, AAL is American Airlines. AA is Alcoholics Anonymous. With 20 mil, I'm gonna trade. What am I gonna do with 20 million? I'm gonna trade and make it 50 million. What must guys now you're asking, guys, go read my about me. It's all there. My starting capital, all that stuff. Plug? Well, yeah, it's just a straight up Unfortunately, yeah, I missed this one. But I'm in BE. Yeah, plug. It had a okay setup here. I was really hoping for 1 or 2 more days of sideways, and here it had kind of a. These types of setups are a bit tough, right? When they pull back a little bit too much and it looks like a broken stock, and then they kind of have a setup. Like, I've always struggled with these type of setups, but it worked, and it's up 65% since. Do you sell no, I don't trade options. Guys, go read about my About Me. Don't ask many questions unless you read my about me on my blog. No, AA is an Alcoholics Anonymous. It's a company traded on the US stock market. Just kidding, Dean. I know it's Alcoa. I know it's Alcoa. I'm not stupid. What you gonna do with 50 million? I'm gonna trade it and turn it into 100 million. How long till 50 million? A couple of months to a couple of years. If I go by past returns. But past returns are not indicative of future returns. So who really knows? It all depends on the market. How is it to be a millionaire? It's fucking awesome. What's the difference in me and everyone else is not making millions? Yeah, study time, setups. The people not making millions, they don't have a setup. They don't have a profitable setup because they haven't studied the markets. I like the fly better. I use them mostly for earnings. I think the fly is better on like how they set up their earnings news. But you can get like Seeking Alpha. Like Seeking Alpha is for free. What drives me to keep trading? What the fuck would I do else? Like what would I do day in and day out? Like what the hell would I do? Like I need to do something, right? Like what would I do? Like I mean, what else would I do? Tinder? Coding and backtesting. Maybe some tweaks for you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really care about that. Everyone's so into backtesting or this mechanical backtest. It's just look. I think just they're trying to get a shortcut so they don't have to put in the hard work. If you can find a good setup, a computer sure as hell is not gonna find it for you. I know Sweden sucks 8 months per year. It really does. Again, guys, go to my About page. Like, also I probably go to my YouTube. There's a lot of swing trading school videos there, and also my About page. It's all there. Or actually, it's not all there. I'm gonna put some stuff there. I'm gonna update it. I need to put the swing trading school. yeah, start by reading about page. I'm actually gonna update it right now with the. Let's see, setup. I probably need to create a playlist on YouTube. How do I do that though? Oh, playlist, here it is. Guys, can you check if this link? Oh wait. If this link goes to my swing trading school watch list, swing trading school on YouTube, does that link work? Yes. Okay, great. I'm gonna put it in my Portnoy is knocked out. What does that mean? What happened to Portnoy? I don't follow him anymore. All right. No, my TC2000 is in no way connected to my trading platforms. It's all just manual work. Doku good entry now. Does it look like a good setup? One, like, is it good setup? Two, is it breaking out? I usually keep my positions until my stops are set. Potential head and shoulder. Guys, I'm gonna tell you right now, ignore head and shoulders. Head and shoulders is not gonna make you any money. All you need to focus on are these like channels, these types of flags, or these types of flags, or these types of flags, right? This is all you need to focus on. Head and shoulders, you can completely ignore it. If you want to make tens of millions, you don't need to know what the head and shoulders is. You can just ignore it. Just focus on good long setups. All you need to know. You're gonna see head and shoulders everywhere. Head and shoulders is it's a very specific pattern that's only valid the very rare cases. Like 95% of the head and shoulders patterns are just failures. Yeah, it's a shampoo, exactly. Anytime someone says head and shoulders, you need to think of the shampoo, okay? You don't need to know anything else. Here comes rant. Yeah, here comes rant. I know. I'm telling you. You know, anyone says HNS, you need to think about this. If anyone says HNS or head and shoulders, okay? This is what you need to be thinking of. This is what you need to be thinking of. You need to be thinking of this, okay? This is head and shoulders. There is no other thing. Anyone says head and shoulders, you go take a shower. That's all you need to know. And then you trade good setups and make millions. Boom. Exactly, it's a sponsored stream. I'm doing free advertising. Well, Doku is setting up. It's setting up. Like, I mean, this has also, something like this. It's been kind of building higher lows. Ideally it goes sideways 3 to 5 days here, builds more higher lows. That would be like an ideal setup. So wait, why is Doku a bad setup if it helped it? I didn't say Doku is a bad setup. It's building here. Like it had, you know, like it's building a setup here. I don't think it had a maybe setup here when it, you know, kind of bounced off the, actually, you know, before it hit the 50-day. Like a maybe setup. But now, you know, if you didn't buy it here, you know, you need to wait. It's building a base, okay? You need to wait. Maybe next week. PRTS. No, there's no setup there. Yeah, exactly. I've been advertising Tupperware, Head and Shoulders, BMW. Yes, exactly. I am TERP. I am a TERP. You need to check my swing trading videos, swing trading school. It's in my about page now. I linked it in my about page. I made a playlist on YouTube. Everyone needs to check those, you know. You need to be, all of you need to be able to identify good setups. That's the only way. Yeah, Brandy Love. Yeah. Fastly, yeah, Fastly's in my watch list. I think it is setting up. You know, it has a range here. It undercut the 50. Like it made a huge move. Okay, this thing went up almost 1,000%. Then it had a sharp pullback on earnings, but now it's kind of building higher lows. You see this? It's getting really tight. You know, this thing pulled back almost 40%. You know, it's normal for a stock that's up 1,000% in a few months, pulling back 40%, holding the rising support, building higher lows. You know, this is good price action. Maybe for tomorrow could be a good setup. If it breaks out tomorrow, yeah, and I'm looking at a pretty decent setup right now. This thing tried to break out a few days ago, failed. Now it's been building higher lows still. And now it's trying again. I'm not buying it, it's too thin for me, but you know, it's like a 3.5 star setup. But Fastly for tomorrow, if it can close like this and then break out over like 81 tomorrow, you know, I'm gonna take big size. I'm gonna take a big position. Yeah, you can use average. If you can convert average to range to percentage, that's good. All you need is the percent. It doesn't really matter, ADR, ATR. You know, it's the concept that matters. But if you can convert it to percentage, that's all that matters. Last drop. What last drop? Below the 50-day? It's not broken. If it can break out of this range, it's gonna be a pretty good setup. Okay, guys, I'm done for today. Thanks for joining, and I'll see you tomorrow. Very good questions today.